Hello everyone, and welcome to this amazing section where we're going to learn how to use PHP and the MySQL database. So we will learn, first of all, what is PHP and MySQL. We'll learn variables, functions, operators, if statements, loops, and then we will go to more advanced subjects as arrays, methods, forms, the post and get methods, and objects of PHP. Now you can see there's a very similar subjects between PHP and the JavaScript section. Okay, so that's because a lot of things that we've learned in JavaScript as a programming language, the principles are the same in PHP. So it's going to be a lot easier for you to understand PHP if you already learn JavaScript. Okay. Now, we will also learn MySQL database, and we will have to learn how to connect with MySQL database with PHP. We'll be using also, for that matter, PHP MyAdmin. We will learn how to create a user login system, and we will also learn the CRUD. Okay, CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete records from a database, in this case the MySQL database. Okay, so we're going to learn how to manipulate any records that we want to sort on a database from our membership website or our blog. Okay, so at the end we will be able to create a complete membership website with full features. Okay, so let's get started. Hello guys, and welcome to the PHP and MySQL realm. This is going to be one of the most important things that you'll ever learn in web development. PHP is a very powerful language, and MySQL is the database that basically all websites use nowadays, or all applications on the web use. So as you learned before, you have static websites and dynamic websites. Usually we call dynamic websites to pages that have forms, registering, logins, subscriptions, and usually we call these websites also applications. And one of the most popular application that you have out there right now, and it's a very good example, and it's built entirely with PHP, is WordPress. So WordPress is a content management system, or a CMS, where you can manage as an administrator everything that happens. You can use templates, you can use register forms, you can use a database. You can basically create any type of website using WordPress nowadays. And WordPress is entirely built with PHP. So imagine the possibilities when you know everything about PHP. Imagine what you will be able to do. Until we get there, let's start with the basics, and hope you guys like this course. Now, MySQL is the database, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about MySQL later on the course. So, let's start this course and see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. In this lecture, I'm going to show you a little graphic image where you can see how PHP works with MySQL, and also with the client or the computer where the client has the browser. So this way you'll understand better how everything basically works. So PHP is a server-side language. So this means that the code that you have in PHP, or that you write in PHP, will be hosted in a computer called a server that usually runs Apache. And what the server does is basically sends web pages that visitors in the client, in the browser, requests. So browsers, what they do is sending requests to the server, and then PHP processes all those requests. If they have something on a database, it will grab that and return an answer, basically anything that the user wants to see. Like, for example, any tables or any data on the database, like names or passwords or whatever. So we do all that through PHP. So this all for you to understand that PHP doesn't run in the browser itself like JavaScript. So a PHP runs in the server and then controls the requests to either grab any information from the MySQL database or a file system or any mail server that is configured with PHP. Okay, guys, so this is how PHP works. And we will also talk a little bit more about Apache later on the course. So don't worry about that, but you can learn more about Apache here. It's a whole nother world. But let's stick with PHP and MySQL in this chapter. So now before we start to write any PHP code, the first thing you should get, besides Notepad++, of course, is an application that's called the XAMPP. And you can type it on Google. So let's install XAMPP on our computer, and you can download it here. Okay, and this application, basically what it does, it will virtually install on your computer an Apache server. So to run PHP and to test PHP code, you need an Apache server and with PHP installed in it. So if you have any problems with this, you can also download something that is called the XAMPP, which is good as well. If you have any problems running the XAMPP, you can try the XAMPP. Okay, let me configure this to English. So there it is. XAMPP is completely free, easy to install Apache containing MySQL, which we will need, PHP and Perl. The XAMPP open source package has been set up to be incredibly easy to install and use. So let's install the Windows, which is the one that I'm using. And let me check here. Click here. Okay, it's download. The download is completed. So you should have something like this. Let's click it. So let's start the install here. Okay, so we have MySQL, FileZilla. Let's install all of these. I'm going to change this to another type here. Okay, let's install this here. XAMPP. Okay, and let's go. And it's installing. Okay, now we are finished. And do you want to start the control panel now? Yes. And this is what you should get. This is the control panel of the XAMPP. Okay, and usually we will need to start Apache and MySQL as well. Okay, and you should get the green light here. Okay, if you get the red light or the yellow, it's because it's not working. Okay, guys. So we are ready to create our first PHP code or our first PHP file, and we'll do that in the next video. Okay, guys. See you guys later. Hello, guys. Welcome to another lecture of PHP. In this lecture, we'll start and create our first code in a PHP file. So let's start Apache and MySQL So make sure you have Apache in green and MySQL in green in your XAMPP control panel. So I'm ready now. Now listen very carefully because this is going to be very important. Make sure that wherever you installed the XAMPP folder, you should remember where this folder is. htdocs, which it should be inside the XAMPP folder. And htdocs is where all your PHP files need to be in order to run in the browser or to work. All your PHP files in this folder, htdocs. Okay, remember that. So this is almost like your server or personal server. You have FileZilla here. You have PHPMyAdmin. So we will learn later how to use PHPMyAdmin to control the MySQL database later on. But let's focus on the htdocs folder and let's create our first PHP file with PHP code. So in order to do that, we will use our friend Notepad++ again. You can use another text editor if you want. So let's create our first PHP code. And in order to do that, you need to type the PHP tags, which are these ones here. So whenever you type any PHP code, you need to type it in between these tags, okay? So here's where you're gonna type any PHP code. And usually you can type it in like this, or you can even do this. Okay, so let's create our first hello world with PHP, and it's going to be very, very simple. So in order to type something on a web page, let's type the echo, ECHO, and then double quotes, semicolon, and let's type hello world. So whatever we type in these double quotes, it's what is going to appear on your web page. So let's save this as in your htdocs. Make sure you type it, make sure you save it in your htdocs folder as I told you before. And let's type here hello.php. You have to end it always with PHP. So I already have a file that exists with hello, yes. As soon as it's saved, you'll see that you have now, the Notepad recognizes this as PHP and the tags are in red and the rest, echo, is in blue, and this is known as a string, okay? So let's run this as we usually did in another chapter, JavaScript or HTML. If we launch this directly, it will not work. Why? Because we have to run this directly from our Apache server or virtual Apache server. And to do that, we need to type here localhost and then the name of the file, hello.php. Localhost basically sends us to the htdocs folder, and then let's type here hello, which is the file that holds our code. Enter, and there it is. Amazing. Okay, perfect. Okay, so type localhost /hello.php, and whenever you have to run any type of PHP file or PHP code, you have to type localhost first and then the name of the file. Okay, so you can even go to the file here and type HTML code in here. So let's create an HTML page. Let's close it. So basically, PHP code is embedded or can be embedded in HTML. And you can type HTML, JavaScript, and PHP in the same file. And even CSS as well, of course. So let's type title. Oh, I forgot head. Body. And also here, let's type body. Now, let's type here, for example, let's type h1. Hi, this is my first PHP file, and h1. Okay. Code as code results or code output. Code output. Okay, let me run this again. Okay, refresh. Okay, there it is. So code output, hello world. So as you can see, I'm mixing HTML code and PHP in order to present this. So we have this in HTML, and this is outputted with PHP. So as you can see, we can mix everything, and this is how PHP basically works, embedded with HTML, and you'll learn later on why is this is so cool in order to create awesome applications and websites. Okay, so see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. So let's continue with the last code that we created to output hello world. When you output something with echo, you can also use another function, which is the print. It will basically do the same thing as echo, okay? But usually in PHP, we use the echo. And also when you echoing out as a string, you can either use, as in JavaScript, double quotes or single quotes, okay? If you use single quotes here, it will work as well. But what about when you have double quotes inside double quotes? Let's say I have double quotes here, and then I want to type hello world as a keyword. Okay, so how do I output keyword between double quotes in the browser? So there's two ways you can do this. Either you type double quotes here, single quotes here, okay? Or you can also do this. Use the slash to escape, okay, before the double quote and also in here, okay? And if you save this, and there it is, okay? So these are the two ways you can do it. There's also another situation you might find that is very common, which is the I'm a web developer. Let's say you are, instead of double quotes, you're using here the single quotes as well. So for this to output correctly, you should use the backslash here as well, okay? So anytime you need to escape a single quote or double quotes in order to output correctly, you must use before the double quotes or single quotes the backslash, okay? So let's try this now. And there it is. I'm a developer, and perfect. Okay. Remember that this file hello.php must be in your htdocs, otherwise it will not work when you type on the browser localhost / hello.php. Okay, so this is it for now. See you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome to another PHP and MySQL lecture. I'm going to talk about report errors that you can check in PHP. And before that, make sure you run Apache and MySQL in your XAMPP control panel. Okay, let's open our hello.php file in our XAMPP folder and htdocs folder. There it is. Okay, if you don't have one, create a hello.php file, or you can name it as whatever you want. So I'm going to show you how to see error reports in PHP and what they mean. So let's say I forget, for example, the semicolon here at the end. Let's save this and let's run this localhost hello.php. Okay, nothing happens, but let's say instead of echo, I forget here and put just ECH. Okay, and refresh. Okay, so this is one of the first errors or report errors that you ever see throughout your life as a web developer, because you're gonna get a lot. Not because you're a bad web developer or you're bad at coding, but because they're very usual and normal. So PHP offers you report for each different kind of error that PHP finds in your code. And this is one type error, or one of the different types of error that you're gonna see. Parse error. It means a syntax error, unexpected hello world. Basically, it says that you can find your error at line 16. So this is so good. It even tells you where or in what line the error is, or you can search for the error and the file where the error is as well. Okay, so hello.php is where the error is, and there it is. Okay, line 16. Usually the error is in the line that they tell you or in the line before. So in this case, it should be in the line 16 exactly, specifically, or in the line 15. So it's in the line 16, as you can see here. Okay, so let's save this and okay, and there it is. Corrected. Now, one way you can check all the kinds of errors that you have and or the error reports that you have in PHP is to check the php.net manual, which is the official manual for the PHP programming language. Okay, and php.net, there it is, and you can check for the documentation. English, okay, and here you get everything you need. You can even download this and check the errors. Let me check if I can see the errors here. Okay, you can go to the search box and type error reporting, and there it is. Okay, so here you have all the errors that you have in PHP, how to turn on or turn off the error reporting. Okay, report simple running errors. Okay, so you have everything you need to know, not only about the error reporting, but also about PHP in this documentation. Okay, guys, so make sure you go there. I'm gonna get back to the error reporting later on the course because we will need it. And see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. So in this lecture I'm going to teach you how to use comments in PHP. make sure you have the Apache and MySQL running. And let's open, as always, our hello.php inside our XAMPP and htdocs folder. Okay, so comments, as in JavaScript, are very easy to use, and we usually use comments for different things. Comments will not be visible in the output or in the browser to the user. So one way to create comments is using symbols to either use comment for one line only or different lines. So remember that in HTML we had this to type any comments, and in PHP you have different ways to create comments, either using the pound symbol, and then we type comment 1. If we need another line, we would need another pound symbol, because for each line you type you need a different, or you need another pound symbol. So let's type here comment 2. And another way you can type comments is using the slash symbol, but you need 2 slash symbols, and then you type comment. Okay, and this will work for one line only. Okay, so if you type here the comment, you need to type as well comment 4. So it works pretty similar to the pound symbol. Now, if you need more lines, well, you need to use the slash and the asterisk symbol. Okay, let's type comment 5, but I can keep commenting here as long as I want, but I need to close it here with asterisk and a slash. Okay, so I can keep commenting as much as I want, so I can keep typing here, okay, as many comments or lines of comments I wish. Okay guys, so these are the different types of comments you can create in PHP. Now it's very common to use these kind of comments when we need to give some information about the document itself, or about the PHP code created in this document. So I'm going to give you an example. Should be something like, for example, the script PHP and version 1.5, and here would be something like the date created in let's say April 6, 2014, and here by Victor Bastos, and let's give some more information. This script is for education purpose. Yeah, so educational purpose. Okay, so this would be a simple information about the file itself or the script code. And these, for example, usually we use them at the end of each line of code, or next to each line of code. For example, let's say that I want to type something. This is where the function ends. or something like that. Some information that you can give to other developers about that line of code. And it will only work in this, in one line, okay? The other type of comment is very common in when you have, let's say you have here echo and hi, my name is Victor. Okay, and then you have here another echo. Hello, everyone. Okay, so in order to, let's say you don't want this to show or to run in PHP, you just type here the open comment and close comment. And as you can see, this will turn into green and will be commented. So it will be out of the code, it will not run. So this is a very way to debug and to search for errors and try to see which part of the code works or which part of the code doesn't work. So you can basically comment a block of code in PHP, and this is a very good way to debug any problem you have in your script. Okay, so this is it. You'll learn more along the way how to use comments, because it's going to be very, very common in our course. And see you guys. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. Let's continue with variables. So as in JavaScript, variables will store any value you want or data in PHP. So you can store some different types of data, like a text, a string, numbers, and a few other complex data as well. So in PHP, you have different types of values you can store in a variable. I'm going to type the different types in here in your file inside comment section. So we have the Boolean, true or false, integer, which are numbers, floating point, which are decimals, strings, text characters. Then we have arrays and objects. And as we learn in JavaScript, the null means that has no value at all, okay? So these are often called also different data types of PHP. And these are the values that you can store in a variable in PHP. So in order to create your first PHP variable, and every time you need to create a PHP variable to store any value, you just type the $symbol and then you give any name you want to the variable. So let's call it name, and then equals and double quotes, and let's type hi, my name is Victor. Let's save this. Make sure you save this in your htdocs folder. Now make sure also you have the XAMPP control panel, Apache and MySQL running. Now let's run this in the browser. Let's open the browser and let's go to localhost hello.php, enter, and we don't have nothing. We have the code from the last video. So let's take this out of here. Let's save this. Now to output the value stored on the variable, you just type echo and the variable and semicolon. Okay, save this. Pretty similar to JavaScript. And let's refresh, and there it is. Hi, my name is Victor. Okay. The only difference from JavaScript is that in JavaScript you should use the var and then the name of the variable. And in PHP, you just have to type, to declare a variable, just have to type the $symbol and the name of the variable, okay? So let's call this, instead of name, let's call this Victor. And here, let's call this Victor. And now you can echo something like, hi, my name is, And now in JavaScript, to concatenate, we used the plus symbol, but in PHP, we use the dot symbol, okay? That's the only difference. So in here, you just type Victor, which is the variable, and then again, dot space, and you can type here, let's say the exclamation point. Hi, my name is Victor, okay? Instead of Victor, let's call this name. It's a little bit confusing, so let's put here name. Okay, save it. And let's open the browser. Let's save, and there it is. Okay, hi, my name is Victor. So now you know how to create variables in PHP and basically how to concatenate as well. Okay, and it's pretty simple. If you already learned JavaScript, and you should know JavaScript already, this is going to be very easy to understand. So this is it, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, let's proceed and let's talk about strings in this lecture. So we've learned how to create variables in the last lecture. So a string is basically any bunch of characters that you can type between the double quotes or single quotes. So remember, you can use double quotes or single quotes as well. So let's say I can type either numbers, I can type any type of characters, a comma, dot. I can type anything between quotes. So anything you type between quotes is considered a string. So for example, you can type July 1st, 2014. Okay, and this would be a string. All of this. Okay? To be considered as an integer or a number, you would have to type without quotes. Okay? Like this. But we'll get into numbers later on. Let's continue with strings, and I'm going to show you how to concatenate a string. So as we have in here, and we did it in the last lecture, we have these dot symbols, and we call this the period operator, okay, which is what you need to concatenate any string in PHP. Let's do a little bit more complex concatenation. So if I type here John, name 1 here, and name 2 here. So let's say I have name 1 is John and name 2 is Victor. If I want to concatenate name 2 variable to name 1, I can do simply this. Name 1, and then the period symbol, the equal, and then name 2. Okay? And semicolon. And let's take this out and let's echo name 1 and see what happens. Okay, we have John and Victor. So instead of typing here concatenated here with the period symbol and type name 2, you can go directly and type name 1 variable, the period equal, and aggregate or concatenate the other variable. Okay? It's a faster way to do it, and you type less code. So this is all for now, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello, and let's proceed with this lecture. Let's open our file inside htdocs. We can open the file that we created in the last lecture. So htdocs, and down here we have hello.php. This is the file we've been working. Okay, here it is. So let's delete all this for now. And let's start our XAMPP control panel. So let's start Apache, let's start MySQL as well. We're not using MySQL database yet, but anyways. So we're going to talk about numbers or integers. So as I told you in the last lecture, we can use either strings, which are basically any type of character that you type in between quotes. You can use integers, which are numbers, and that's what we're going to learn in this lecture, and how to calculate and make calculations with numbers in PHP. Pretty similar to JavaScript. Let's create a variable, for example, num, and we can create, you can type, as you can see in yellow, any type of numbers you want. So these are the integers, but then you also have the floating point, which are basically decimals, okay? So as you can see, we don't need quotes, because if you use quotes, that's not a number and will be considered as a string. So to do calculations or to consider the value as an integer or number, you have to type it without any quotes at all and end it with a semicolon as well. So to do any calculations, you can use the arithmetic operators just like in JavaScript. So let's type, for example, 3 plus 3, and here let's type echo num. Let's see what happens. So we have to open the browser, go to localhost, hello, and there it is, 6. Okay, so it gives you the exact result of the calculation, 3 plus 3. You can use also the multiplication, the subtraction, the division. You can use the modulus. You can use the increment and decrement. Okay, so these are the arithmetic operators, just like in JavaScript, pretty similar. So with these, you can do any type of calculations with integers and numbers. You also have functions in PHP, built-in functions in PHP that you can use. Let's say, for example, that I want to round a decimal number to the nearest integer. So let's type, for example, 3.14 here. Let's create a new variable and then equal, and then we're going to grab the, we're going to use the round function of PHP, and between the parentheses or inside the parentheses, you have to type the variable num, okay? So basically this function round will grab the decimal here and will give you as a result the nearest integer, okay, which is 3, right? So let's type echo result and see if it works. 3, okay, perfect. What about if we type here, let's say 66, refresh 4, right? Because 3.66 is nearest to 4. You can also use the number format function, which basically groups a huge number with commas. So let's say, for example, this. Okay, now instead of the round function, let's use the number format. Save this. Let's see the result. There it is. Okay. So these are the kind of different PHP functions, built-in functions that you can use, and you have a lot more functions. You can find those functions in the description page or in your reference guide at the end of the chapter, okay? Or you can even search it in php.net. So this is all for now, and see you guys later. Bye. Hi everyone. In this lecture I'm going to talk about constants. So what are constants? Constants basically are pretty similar to variables, and they work very similarly to variables. You can store values in a constant. There are a few differences between variables or normal variables and constants. So to define a constant, we don't need the dollar symbol like a variable in PHP. We simply type the define function. So we need a parenthesis here. And now inside the parenthesis, we're going to type quotes. And between the quotes, we're going to type the name of the constant. So let's give a name to this constant. Let's call it, let's say, for example, username. Okay, and you must always type the constant name in capitals. Okay, now a comma, and then we give the value to this constant. So you can give it a number or a string. And unlike variables of PHP, a constant value cannot be changed. So anytime you declare or define a new constant with a value, it will stay with that value forever, okay, in your code. So in here, let's give it, let's type here, Victor Bastos. Okay, so now to access the value of the constant, we type echo and the name of the constant. Okay, so username, let's save this and let's open the browser and see if it works. Localhost, hello, and there it is. Okay, so usually in PHP, constants are very useful to store important data or important values like a path to a specific file, or a path to your Apache server, or anything that it's really important. So anyways, we will get into constants more specifically later on the course, but this is just a little introduction for you. And there are also specific built-in already constants in PHP that you can use. So, for example, one of the most important constants that already has information that comes with PHP is, for example, version. And there it is, okay? 5.5.9, that's the version of PHP that we're using. For example, another one, PHP OS. Okay, let's go to the browser, refresh, and this is Windows, okay, the version of PHP. There are a lot more other constants that already comes with PHP that you can check out in your php.net website, or you can go to the description page and check out for yourself. You can try the constants and see the result that gives you. Okay, guys, so that's it for now, and see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, let's talk about arrays and how to create arrays. So before we start, let's delete all these HTML tags because we'll not need them. Okay, so whenever you have to create a PHP script, you don't need really HTML tags on your script. So make sure you have your PHP tag here and here. And let's start creating arrays. So as in other programming languages like JavaScript, arrays are just a list of values that you can store in PHP. Each value can be a string, a number, or even another array. Now, there are two types of arrays. You have the indexed arrays, which numbers are associated with each value inside an array, or you have the associative arrays, where you have strings associated to the values inside an array. So don't worry, you'll understand this better with the examples that I'm going to show you. So let's create an indexed array with simple names of people. So let's say we have John And here, let's create the list first. So the first thing you should do before creating an array, you should type the list or the values you want to store on the array. So John would be the first. Let me put this in comments. So John, Joe, Juan, Jamie, and Chris. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values, which are names of people. So these are values. And now I'm going to create each value is indexed or is associated with a key. So on indexed arrays, values have or start with the key 0 number. And then this would be 1, 2, 3. This would be 4. Okay, so now we have, this is the indexed, type here, indexed array. Okay, this is still not the array. This is only the list of the values that we want to create on the array. Okay, so we'll create the array with these values in just a minute. So let's create the array. So to create your first array, you should type or create variable. Let's type this list, or way better, let's type names. This is equals to array, and now we type parenthesis and semicolon. Now inside the parenthesis is where we're going to put all the values that we have in this list. So we type as strings, we type John, comma, then we type Joe, comma, then we type Juan, comma, and Jamie, comma, and finally the last name is Chris. Okay, so we have the value 0, the value 1, as you can see the key is 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So to output any value that is inside an array, specific value, you just need to use the key. And we use the key with this line of code, echo the variable names, and then square brackets, and inside the square bracket we type the key value, either 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Okay, so let's type 0 and see what happens. I forgot to start Apache and MySQL. There it is. Okay, let me open the browser. Now localhost hello.php. Okay, so nothing happens because this is not, I have to save this on my XAMPP folder. Okay guys, and htdocs folder as hello.php, saved it. Okay, so let me go back to the browser, refresh, there it is. Okay, John. So we output the value key 0. So let me type 1. It should output Joe instead. Okay, let me refresh, and there it is, Joe. Okay, so this is how we can output anything we have as value inside an array. If you want to output another value, you can do this. You can type the dot, which is the concatenate symbol, and names again. And let's type here the 2. Okay. So we're gonna output Joe and Juan. And there it is, Joe and Juan. Okay, so if you want to give a little space in there, you can type this and just give it a little space. Okay, and you can even put a comma in here. And let me refresh that, and there it is. So if you want to output all the values inside an array, I'm going to show you how to do that later on with the for loop or the for each loop. So in the next lecture, I'm going to show you how to create an associative array. Hi everyone, and let's continue with arrays. And in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to create an associative array. So we learned in the last lecture how to create an indexed array, which had key values as with numbers, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now I'm going to show you how to create strings instead of numbers to associate with the values inside an array. So index array, let's change this to associative array. And the values can be the same, so let's change just the values. So instead of John, let's type, for example, CEO, and Joe could be the, let's say, the CFO, the CEO, and let's delete these. Okay, so now we have, instead of numbers, we have strings as keys for the values inside, or the names inside of our array. Now, in order to create that inside the array, we need to do the following. Inside double quotes, as a string, we type CEO, and then we type the equal, and then the bigger than symbol, okay? Pretty similar to an arrow pointing at John. So CEO is the key, and John is the value associated with that key string. So here we would type CFO, we do the same, and here we type COO, and that's it. Let's delete the last two names, we don't need them. And this is how we create an associative array. Okay, it's pretty simple. So now let's delete this. And instead of 0, 1, 2, or 3, we have to type the key string, which is in this case CEO for John, CFO for Joe, COO for Juan. So if we want to output John, we need to put CEO here. So if we refresh this, there it is, John. Okay. If we type CFO, let's refresh, Joe. Okay, so pretty simple. You'll learn later on how to better apply these arrays to scripts in PHP. Okay, this is all for now. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. I'm going to show you in this lecture how to output every single value that is inside an array. Okay, so we've learned how to output each value at a time. But I'm going to show you how to do all values at once. So we will have John, Joe, Juan, Jamie, and Chris. So with this echo, we should get Joe. Let's try this. I have to save this file inside my XAMPP folder in order to work. So let's go to my computer and see XAMPP. So I'm gonna save the file as let's type array.php and save it. Now let's open the browser, and here let's type localhost, and the file is array.php, and there it is. Okay, Joe, that's what we get. What about if I want to output all of them? So it's very easy. We use the for each loop, and you should type it like this: for each, then parentheses, and inside the parentheses you're going to type the name of the array or the variable that holds the array, which is names, as, and then you can type value. Okay, or create another variable, whatever, you can name it whatever you want. Usually I name it value, and then curly brackets, and here we're going to type echo, and let's type the name is space, and then let's put the value here, and we can type this. We can put a line break there, save this, and let's check out this, refresh, and there it is. Okay, so this is how you can output every single value or name or whatever you have on your array in a list on your web browser. Okay, if I take this out, it will also output only the names, and if I take obviously the line break, it would output the names, but not in a vertical, but on horizontal. Okay, now you know how to access and echo out all the values inside an array. You can also output the key of each value of the array, which in this case would be a number or numerical. So let's start, let's go here, and instead of value, let's type as key, and here value. This is how we associate the key to the value, and then we can echo out both of them by doing this: echo key plus value, and let me type a line break here, and I can even get a space here as well. That's it. Let me save this and run this, refresh, and there it is. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's give it a, let's put a dot here. Okay, there it is. Okay guys, so this is how you can access also the key of each value inside an array, and output both the key and the value. So yeah. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture. Let's create in this lecture multidimensional arrays. So to create your first multidimensional array, we need to create simple arrays. So let's start with names equals array, and let's say here Victor, Alex, and John. And let's create another array. Let's call it cities. Let's type, for example, Miami and Madrid and Paris. Okay, so we have names array and cities array with 3 values each. Now, a multidimensional array is basically an array inside another array. So how do we put cities and names inside another array? Basically, we type a new array. So let's call this data equals array semicolon, And now inside the array, we type names, and basically we associate names to the variable names, which is the array which holds the three names Victor, Alex, and John. Okay, and now we type a comma, and we give cities key name to the array name cities. Okay, pretty simple. Basically, we give the same name as a string or as a key value to the variable names which holds the array, and cities holds the array cities. So now we have a multidimensional array, which is data with these two arrays inside. So now the data array is a multidimensional array because it has two arrays inside it. Now, how to access a multidimensional array values? So let's try to output, for example, Madrid here. So we should type echo and then data and then square brackets, and we type the key name associated with the array cities, which is cities, and then another square bracket, and then we type 1, which is the value for Madrid. Okay, this is 0, this is 1. Okay, so first we type the key value to access the array, okay, which is this one here, cities, and then we type the value that we want to output. Okay, and type semicolon. Let's save this and let's see if it works. I just have to save this on my XAMPP folder, and inside htdocs folder. Okay, let me open the browser, localhost, and this is first, and there it is. Okay, Madrid. Okay, awesome. You can even put this array, which already has arrays inside it, inside another array. So we would have kind of a 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional array. So let's type data2 equals array. And now we can type data equals data. Okay, and now to access, for example, the same Madrid value, we would have to type echo out data2 and then square brackets and then data, and here would be cities, and here would be 1. Okay, let's see if this works. Save this and open this in Chrome, refresh, and there it is. Okay, so you can continue on and put as many arrays inside other arrays as you wish. Just remember that that could be a little bit confusing later on your code. Okay, so this is how we create multidimensional arrays, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. In this lecture we'll talk about operators in PHP. So you can go to this web page in this URL php.net/en/language.operators.php. This is the official PHP manual, and you'll find all kind of operators that you have in PHP. And as we learn in the JavaScript chapter, we have different kind of operators, but it's pretty similar to JavaScript. So we have arithmetic operators, assignment operators, bitwise, comparison, error control, execution operators, incrementing, logical. Okay, all of these are operators you can use to compare conditions or statements in PHP. Now, I would recommend you for all to bookmark this page, so whenever you have any doubt about an operator, you can go here and check what it does. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that all of you are familiar with all these operators, because this is pretty much the same as in JavaScript. And we're gonna learn, or we're gonna use these operators in the next lecture with if conditions or if else conditions. But anyways, in here you have a very detailed explanation for all the operators, and you have even an example for each one, what it does. Okay, you don't need to memorize all of these. Okay, in the next few lectures you'll learn which are the most common operators that we use in PHP. Okay guys, so see you guys later. Bye. Hi everyone, and let's start with conditionals as I promised you in the last video. So we've learned how we can use operators, or what operators are. And let's create our first PHP and conditionals to use operators. So let's save this as, let me go to my computer here, XAMPP and htdocs, and let's save this as test.php. Okay, make sure you have your XAMPP running, or your Apache and MySQL running. So let's create our first conditional, which is the if condition, and pretty much it's very similar to JavaScript. So we just type if and then parenthesis and then a condition here. Okay, and then if that condition is true, we do something here. Okay, so a good example is, let's say if 3 equals 3, okay, and we use the double symbol equal to compare anything which is equal to the other. Type echo, and it works. Okay, and semicolon. Let's save this. Let me run this in here, test, and there it is. Okay, it works. So what about if I put here a 4? Okay, so now 3, if 3 equals 4, echo this. Probably it will not work, okay, because the conditional is, or the comparison is not true. Okay, so let me check, and there it is. Nothing appears. So to show something whenever you have a condition which is not true, you type here else, and you type echo the condition is not true. Let me go back to Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so you have the option to show something to the user whenever the condition is not true. Now you can also use strings in here. So let's type, for example, Victor, and here you can type Victor, and instead of it works, let's type the condition is true. Let's save this, and let me check. The condition is true. Okay. Now, for numbers, you can use the less than symbol. Okay, so if 3 is less than 4, it's true, so you will echo this. Let me check. There it is. Now, what about if I put here 4? If 4 is less than 4, which is false, so it will echo out this one here. Let me check, and there it is. Okay. And you can put the bigger than symbol as well. So this would be true. Okay, great. You can also use the equal, the less than, or equal to. So this means that if 4 is less than or equal to 3, let me type 4. So if 4 is, or this first number is less than or equal to 4, which is the case, echo out this. Let me check. There it is. Okay, it's true. But if we type a 6, it will also be true. But if we type a 3, it will not be true because 3 is less than 4. And it's not true. Okay. We can use also the bigger than and equal to. It works the same way. Okay. Now there's also another very common operator that we can use. It's not equal to. Okay. So the exclamation symbol and then the equal, and this means if this value is not equal to this second value, we will show this. Okay. Else we will show this. So in this case, 4 is not equal to 3. Okay, so we will echo out this. Let me check. Yes, and there it is. Okay, but if we have this, if 4 is not equal to 4, it will show it's not true. Okay, because actually 4 is equal to 4. Okay. Anyway, you will learn how to implement these, and you'll see how these operators will work with more advanced code later on the course. Don't worry. You also have a little bit more complex stuff. Let's create a variable first. Let's create, say, name equals to Victor. And here, let's say, name1 equals, let's leave it in blank. Okay, don't type anything. Let's save this. So now I'm gonna show you how to use the AND operator and the OR. So let's type if name and name1. Let me check here. Okay, the condition is not true. Let me type here a name. The condition is true. So what happens here is that whenever you have something as a value to a variable, it's considered true. Okay, you have something, so it's true. If you don't have nothing, it's false. Okay, so basically here, this condition says if this variable is true and this variable is also true, which means if this variable has something as a value and this has something as a value, do this. The condition is true. Else, the condition is not true. Okay, so let's save this. It's not true. If we don't have nothing here, if none of the variables have nothing, they're not true. Okay, so they need a value. This is very common code to see if something that inside a variable has a value or a result, and we can check it out here. You can also do this, and there it is. Okay, We also have the OR operator, which basically is if name or name1. Let me delete one of these. Let me delete both. So if name is true or name1 is true, if one of them is true, echo out this. So the problem is that both variables don't have any value. So none of these are true. Okay. But if we type here Victor, it says if name or name1 are true, echo out this. The name variable is true, so it will echo out this. And there it is. Okay. So make sure you try several different possibilities. I know this could be a little bit confusing in the beginning. Anyway, if you still have any doubts, you can ask me or post your questions on the questions section, or just follow the next lectures. You'll understand a lot better with more examples coming up. Okay, so that's it, and see you guys later. Bye. Hello everyone, and this lecture will talk about else if statement. So it's very basic. If you grab the code we did in the last video, basically, let me clear this up. So let's use a variable number, and here you can use number1. So number and number1. Now in here, let's type, this would be 3, semicolon, and this would be num1 equals 4 and semicolon. And here you can type another else if you want here, but I'm just gonna leave it. So make sure you have the if condition first, then you have the else if, which is another condition, and at the end you can type echo none of the conditions are true. Okay, let's type here variables are equal, and here you can type, let's say, variable num is less than variable num1. Now, let's save this. Okay, so in this case, this is not true, so this will not echo out, and this is true, so this is what will be echoed on your browser. So let's try it and see. There it is, variable num is less than variable num1. Okay, so if we type 4 here, the two variables will have the same value, so variables are equal, and the last case is if none of the conditions are true. So let's type 5 here. It doesn't match with this condition, and it doesn't match with this condition. And there it is. Okay, so you can compare every single condition of the values inside variables or any other type of values, including arrays. So we will use this a lot in the future lectures. Okay, so this is it. This is how we use the else if, and see you guys later. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. I'm going to show you in this lecture how to do the for loop. Now, to create a for loop, we just type for, and then parentheses, and curly brackets. Okay, now inside a parenthesis, we need 3 expressions. The first one is to create variable I. So I equals, and usually we give it a 1, okay? And then we type semicolon, and the second expression inside parentheses is how many times do we want the loop to run. So if we want the loop to run 10 times, we type variable I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, guys? So this is where you can control if you want 15 loops or you want 10 loops. Now semicolon, and the last one is I plus plus. The plus plus means increment, so this will increment one by one the loop. Now, don't worry, you'll understand this as soon as we create here a very quick example. And I can tell you guys that the for loop is very common and useful in PHP projects. So make sure you understand this. Now, let's type the action here, which is the code that is going to run 10 times. So let's type echo, and it works. And let's save this. Make sure you save it on your htdocs, and make sure also you have the XAMPP control panel and your Apache running. Let me start mine. Okay, we are ready. So let me open the browser, and here we're going to type the name of the file that I'm using, which is test.php. Okay, so as you can see, we have 10 times it works, but it's very messy and a little bit confusing. So what I'm going to do is create the list in the vertical way. So let me just go here, and just by typing dot, okay, so now I can type an HTML tag, which is break line or line break. Each time I echo this, after it, I'm gonna break the line, okay? So each loop will be in a single line. Refresh, and there it is. Pretty amazing, right? So if we go here and type, for example, let's say 15, and save this, and refresh it, there it is. Another thing you can do is also, if you want to give a single number for each line, you just go here and type the variable I and the concatenate dot, and if you go back here and refresh it, there it is. So we still need to put something there. It's a little bit confusing, so let's give it a space here, and you can put a dot here. Okay, save this and refresh, and there it is. Okay, so now you can basically organize the loops with numbers as well. Okay, very simple. This is how we create for loops, and I can assure you that it's going to be very useful in the future. You're going to see that. See you guys later. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP MySQL. We're going to learn in this lecture how to use the while loop. So we've learned in the last lecture how to use the for loop, and this is another new way you can loop, and it's called the while loop. So this is the code from the last video. Let's delete this, and to start creating a while loop, you just type while parenthesis and curly brackets. It works very similar to the for loop. What we're going to do is create a condition inside a parenthesis, and until that condition is false, or while this condition is true, we're going to do the code inside here, or we're going to loop the code inside here. Okay, so between the parentheses, let's type the variable I, is less than or equal to 10. And probably a lot of you already know what we are doing here. We are doing the number of loops that we want. So we want to create 10 loops. Before the while loop, you should create or you should assign to the variable I a value. Let's give it value 1 here, okay? Now the while loop, the code that we want to run inside the while loop is echo the variable I and the increment ++ symbols. Now let's save this. Okay, and if we run this, this is what we get. Okay, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and until the number 10. Okay, so this is the basics of the while loop. A little bit simpler, and with less code we can loop 10 times. A lot of you may ask, so when do I use the while loop or the for loop? In which situations? Don't worry, we're going to learn that later on, okay? But I can tell you that it has to do with the MySQL tables, and if we want to check anything on a MySQL table, we just loop through it with the while loop, okay? But don't worry, you're gonna learn that later on with the MySQL videos. Now let's change this for 20 here so you can see how it changes. And we can also put here the line break symbol as we did in the last video. And if we refresh, there it is. Okay, 20 loops. Perfect. Okay, so play a little bit more with it, change the values, and this is how we create a while loop. Hello everyone and welcome to another lecture. Let's learn how to create the switch conditional. It's a lot faster, and you're gonna save a lot of code. Instead of using if-else statements, you can use the switch statement. So I'm gonna show you how to do this. It's very simple. So you just type switch, and inside parentheses we're gonna type a variable. Let's say name. Now in here we can create the variable name, and let's leave it empty for now. And let's create now curly brackets here and here. Okay. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to type case and then double quotes and semicolon. And here we're going to type echo let's say you are not James. This name is incorrect. Oops, incorrect. Okay, so let's say the variable name holds whatever the user types as his login name on a form or on a login form. So if the user types, let's say Victor, okay, let's type another case here where it says James, sorry, Victor, you are welcome. And let's save this. And instead of this, let me type echo in case of 0 of nothing. Let's type you must type something. Okay, obviously we don't have the form or the login created, but I'm going to show you how to create that later on. So let's say the user types Victor. So the variable name holds the name Victor. Okay, and basically let me run this and see what happens. Oh, sorry. In case it's Victor here, we're gonna echo out hi Victor, welcome to our website, something like that. Okay, so let me save this and let me run it, and there it is. Hi Victor, welcome to our website. But if we don't type nothing, let's say we leave that in blank, we would have the message saying you must type something. Oops, I forgot to break it. Okay, so you see that we have you must type something, and then we have the second case, which is hi Victor, welcome to our website. So both cases run. So to prevent this, we must type the break here. So save this. And in here, I forgot, this is not semicolon, you must type colon, okay, after case. So make sure you break it, and let's save this. And there it is. You must type something. So after each echo, make sure you break it. Otherwise, it will run all the cases. What we are doing here is basically for each different case or for each different value on the variable, we do a different echo, okay, or we run a different code. Okay. After that, we can also type the default, which basically would be like the else statement. Default would be echo there is no name. So let's say if I type here, let me type John, welcome John. If I type Victor, type welcome Victor. Okay. If none of them are, if the variable is not neither John or Victor, you can type you are not a member. Okay. So let me say I type here anything, save this and refresh it. You're not a member. So if I type John, welcome John, and if I type Victor, oops, sorry, it would say welcome Victor. Okay, so basically here we are creating an else if statement. So if the condition is John, do this. If the condition is Victor, do this. Else, do this. Okay, but with less code, we can do the same as the else if statement with the switch statement. Okay, guys. So I'm going to show you later on how to implement this in a more logical way. So see you guys later. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another PHP lecture. So I'm going to show you how to start creating forms with PHP and how to handle those forms. So we're going to start by creating a simple form in this lecture with radio buttons, drop boxes, and also inputs and a comment text box. So the user can type anything he wants on the form, and then I'm going to show you how to handle all that data and how we can store it on a database. Let's start by creating a form. In PHP, creating forms and handling forms, it's probably one of the most important things. So let's start by creating the form. And let's save this. Save as. Remember, you have to save it on the htdocs. So let me search for the XAMPP and htdocs. Great. So here, let's type, not test because we already have one file with that name. So let me type user form.php. Okay, great. Let's create a simple form. Obviously, you learned how to create forms in HTML. So it's very easy for you. We just have to create an HTML file. Create a head text and the title text. And then the body tags, and well, let's take the PHP tags out. Will not need them now. And the body tag. Okay. Oh, yeah. And close HTML. Inside the body, let's create our first form, and then we need to action. Okay, I will tell you later what action is, and also the method. Okay, equals and double quotes. Now let's close this, and we close form down here. Action basically is where or what PHP file is going to process the handling of this form. So in the next lecture or in future lecture, I'm going to show you how to create a PHP file that handles all the data that is sent by this form. Okay, the method is either get or post, and I'm going to show you the differences in the next lecture as well. So let's create the form first. So let's start with an input name. Then we can type input type equals text. Let's give it a name to this. Let's call this name. And size equals 20, and max length, which is the property for the maximum length, is, let's give it a 40. Okay, so next is let me type this as a paragraph. Okay, so next let's type name, email. Let's type the email, so I can grab all this, copy this, put it here, and let's change the name of the input. Let's give it an email, and size, you can give it a size 40, max length 60. Okay, now let's create another paragraph, and here we're going to type a radio button. So this radio button is going to say what gender is, so the user can choose the gender. Input type equals radio name equals, let's call this gender, and then let's give it a value of M for male. And here basically we're going to type the same thing, copy, and here input type radio gender F for female. Okay, and the paragraph closes here. Okay, let me just check how is this presenting on the browser. Let me just start here, the Apache and MySQL. And let's open Chrome. This is what we get. Okay, great. So let's go back. So let's create now a drop box or drop option box. So let's type another paragraph here. And this is going to be, let's type age. And then this is not input, is select name equals age. Okay. And here, let's type option value. And here we're going to type 0 to 29. And here under 30. And let's close this option. And now another option is value equals 30 to 60. And let's type here between 30 and 60. Let's close this. Another option value is over 60. So let's type 60 plus, and here you can type over 60. Let's close the option. And finally, we can create, we can close the select tag, okay, and close also the paragraph tag. Okay, so basically, let me indent this so it's better presented. So basically we have now an input name, input email, a radio button for the gender, and also a drop with several options for the age. So let me check this. And yep, okay, great. So we have a lot of different types of inputs, or all the different types of inputs. I'm missing still one, which is the text area. So let's create a text area. So P, and let's type comments equals, and this is going to be text area name, and let's type comments, and now we type rows equals to, let's go to 3, and calls for columns, sorry, oops, calls equals 40, and let's close text area. And basically we are done. Okay, we are only still missing the submit button. So a submit button is for you to click, and everything that is inside as a value, or everything that is inside on the input typed by the user will be handled and sent to this script form and PHP file that I'm going to type here, and I can call it handle PHP. I didn't create this file yet. I'm going to create this file later on with a script to handle all this information, check if the information is correct, and then it's going to send it to a database. The method is either get or post. In the next lecture, I'm going to show you the differences and what you should use. Now let's create just the final input button, which is input type equals button. Let's create also the paragraph here. Input type input type submit. Okay, the name of this is submit. The value is also submit, and let's basically create a closed B. Okay, so we are definitely done with this form. I'm just gonna check this for the last time and see if everything is okay, and excellent. So here I can type my name, here I can type my email, I can choose here, here, and comments. And then I click submit, nothing happens. Why? Because we still don't have any PHP script or file to handle this form, okay? I'm gonna show you how to do that, don't worry. Let's go to the next lecture. I'm gonna show you the difference between post and get, and then we're gonna create a handle PHP file with the script to handle all this, okay? See you guys in the next lecture. Hi guys, in this lecture, I'm gonna show you how to use the get, the post, and the request method to grab any data that comes from a form on your website. So we're gonna create a simple form first. So HTML, let's create the head tag, title, close title, and the body section. Okay. Now let's save this on your XAMPP htdocs, and let's call this the get and post. Let's call this methods.html. Now let's create a form. Now input type equals text. Let's give it a name of fname, which means first name, and close here. Before the input you can type first name, and here you can type last name. Let's give it a space here, copy this, let's call this lname, and now let's type input type equals, and here is, this is a submit button, and here we type name equals, let's give it a submit, and name, sorry, and value send. Okay, now here we can type paragraph, another paragraph, and another paragraph. And here, let's close paragraph. Let's close paragraph, and let's close paragraph. Now let's save this. Let me see this in Chrome. Okay, so we click the button send and nothing happens. Okay, this is one of the most common features in PHP. Send data from a form to some PHP script that grabs all the information that the user posted or typed in a form, and later on it will send it or store it on a database. Okay, but before we go into a database, let me teach you what are the methods that you can use to grab the information from a form. Before that, we need to type inside the form tag, we need to type method equals double quotes, and here you can type either post or get. And let me type post first, and after that we type action equals, and now we type the name of the file or the PHP file where you have the script that's going to run or grab all this information that we will create in just a minute. So let's call this grab.php. Okay, so what happens is that whenever I submit or click this button, this file will be called, or this script and this file will be called to do something with this data in this form. So now let's save this and create a new file. And this file is going to be called grab.php. Okay, make sure you have this file in the same folder as methods.html. Now let me just run the XAMPP control panel. We need Apache, and you can start MySQL as well, even if we will not need this. But Apache, at least you need it to make this work. So let's go back to our script, grab.php. Now, I want to grab all the information from first name and last name inputs. Okay, so everything that the user types in there, I want to grab it, and then I can send it to a database. So to grab that information, in this case, I'm using post. So to grab that, I just type, let's create a variable here, first name equals to, and now pay attention. I'm going to use the variable or the predefined variable, and we also call it superglobal post, and we also have the get. But since we are using post in the form here, we need to use the superglobal post. And here inside and between double quotes, we're gonna type the name of the input. In this case is f name. So make sure you type f name here. Okay. Now let's type last name equals post, and type l name. Okay, which is the second name of the input. And we save this. And now if we want to echo out something to make sure that we are grabbing the values from the form, let's type echo, and let's type first name is, and here you can type first name and second name and last name is, and concatenate with last name. Okay, now let's see if everything is working. So in order to do that, we need to grab this from localhost and method.php. Okay, so methods.html, sorry. Methods.html. Okay, here it is. Okay, so let's type Victor and here Bastos. And now whenever I click send, the first name is Victor and the last name is Bastos, working perfectly. Okay, now if you look at the URL, you see that we changed from the methods.html. When we click, we go directly to grab.html. That's what happens when you have the action name file here. Okay, the URL changes automatically to the name of the file, okay, that you have in the action form. So let's go back and now try with the get method. So let's change post to get, save this, and let's change this to get and save this. Now let's go back and see what happens. So let's refresh and let's type Victor Bastos, click send. Okay, on the page the same thing appears, it works perfectly. But if you go to the URL, you see a little difference from the post method. From the post method, we only had in the URL localhost/grab.php. But now we have grab.php, and then we have all this information here. And this information is basically the name of the input equals the value, okay? So we are passing values through the URL. This is what we usually call passing values through URL with the get method, okay? It's not very secure because you can see everything through the URL, every data. But in some cases that I will teach you later on the course, it's very, very useful to use the get method, okay? Other differences between the post and the get method is that when you use the get method, you are limited to the amount of information that you can send. The limitation is about 2000 characters if you use the get method, so that's why a lot of developers always use the post method. You should never use the get method to send passwords or some sensitive information, okay? Now, there's also the request method. And basically the request method or the request superglobal grabs the information either from get or if you use in post here, okay? So if you use post here or get, that's indifferent. The request will grab both or will work for both methods. Okay, guys? Now you can also use hidden or send hidden information from a form to a script or database. And to do that, let's create a new input here and let's call this password, or let's call this let's leave it, let's type input type equals, and now you type hidden, and now you type name equals to secret, and now you have to give it a value. Now the value is what we're going to grab from the script. The value here, it's something that you want to pass and you don't want anyone to see this. So you can type, for example, any sensitive data here, like for example, password is 1 2 3 4 5 or something like that. Let me see if this works, and let's echo out. the hidden info is, and here you can type secret. So we have to create secret equals, and we can use the request here. And the name is, let me check, secret. Let's type secret1. Make sure you don't repeat too much the names, values, and the name of variables. Okay, make sure you have them different, otherwise it could cause errors. So secret, and here request is secret1. Okay, the name. Okay, so let's go back here, refresh, and let's type Victor. As you see, I can't see any of the information hidden that's going to be passed, and there it is. The hidden info is password 12345. Okay, so this is how you can send any secret information or hidden data from a form to a PHP script or database. This will make a lot more sense later on the course. Okay, so that's it, and see you guys later. Hello everyone, welcome to a new lecture of PHP. So we're gonna use the form that we created, and we're gonna start storing or grabbing all the information that the user types and chooses in the form, and we're gonna store it and process that information through a PHP file, okay, or script. So we need to create that PHP, and that PHP file is going to be called handle.php. So you already know how to use the methods post and get. And in this case, I'm going to use post. So let's save this, and let's create the handle.php file. PHP, and here let's close this, and let's save this on my htdocs as handle.php. Perfect. So now the first thing you do is create variables for each of the form inputs, or for each of the information you want to get from the form of the user. So obviously, for you to see how this works, I'm going to use every single input of the form, or grab every single input of the form. So let's start with name. Let's give a variable name. And now pay attention. We're going to use a PHP variable called request. And also make sure you type the $symbol and then the underscore and then request in capital letters. Okay, always. Otherwise, it will not work. So this is a predefined PHP variable. This PHP variable grabs everything that comes from a form. And in order to define what of the inputs you want to grab, you type square brackets here, and inside, let's type single quotes, and you need to type the name of the input. So let's go to the name, which is this one here. And you see that you have between double quotes, you have name. So you type here name. Okay? Automatically, this will grab everything that the user types in here. Perfect. Save this, and let's do the same for the rest of the inputs. So email equals underscore request semicolon single quotes, and now it's email. I think now comes the gender. So gender, semicolon here, and now I think we have the the age. So let's type age, and here request, in quotes, age. Now we type, okay, I think we're done. Let me check. Oh, we still need to put the comments. Okay, so name comments. So comments equals to request and comments. Okay. So let's save this. Awesome. So now we grab everything that the user types and make sure you also have the form action handle PHP. So everything will be processed by this script. And now if we want to output something, let's try to output the name. So we type echo name. Let's save this. Let's go back. And basically, let's start the XAMPP control panel. So start Apache and MySQL. So let's go back here. And let's open the browser. Make sure that handle PHP, or the file that is processing the form information, it's in the same directory that the user form.php. Here is our browser. So let's type localhost and let's load the user form.php. Okay, here it is. So let's type Victor email. You can type anything you want. Just type mail between 30 and 60. And here, whatever you want. As soon as we click submit, what happens is that it will search for handle PHP, the file handle PHP, which will run this script. And probably what will happen is you'll get a page on the browser just saying Victor, okay? Because we are echoing whatever the user types on the form name. So let's submit, and there it is. Okay, working perfectly. So if we type also echo email, echo, let's put everything. So echo gender, echo age, and echo comments. Let's save this and let's see what happens. Let's go back to the browser or to the form. Okay, refresh. Okay, so Victor Bastos email is Victor. This mail, and here, hi, I love this course. Submit, and we have a notice error. And this is good because now I can show you how to work this. Whenever you get this type of error, use of undefined constants comments, assumed comments. So we have a problem with, let me check, name comments. Okay, so I forgot to put here the dollar symbol. So let's go back to the browser and let's go back here, and if we submit, perfect. We have all the information, but it's not very well presentable. So we need to use a little bit of HTML here. So make sure you type a line break here. So in order to use HTML, you just put double quotes and concatenate with the dot. Okay, let's type line break here as well. Okay, and I can even do something more here, which is echo. Let's type name space. Oops, I forgot to concatenate this. And here we can type email. Gender. Age. And comments. Okay, perfect. Let's save this. So I also noticed that gender doesn't appear, so I forgot to put here, to close here the line break. Okay, so save this. Let's go back to the form, submit, and there it is, gender M. Okay, great. So this is all for now, and later on I'm going to show you how to process all this and store it on the MySQL database. Okay, see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another PHP lecture. In this lecture we'll learn what is and how to use the include function and require function. Okay, so you will learn that the best way to create dynamic web applications is to divide your scripts and websites into distinct parts. So each part is going to be stored on a different file. Okay, and then we can call each part using the include or the require function of PHP. So basically we'll have a main file. Usually it's called index.php. And then we can grab the different parts that we need from different other files. That is why we call it a dynamic website or a dynamic web application. Not all the different sections or part or functions are in one file. They are in different files, okay? So I'm just going to show you a very simple example for you to understand this better. So I'm going to use userform.php from the last lecture. So we have an HTML page and we have the body with a form. Let's go to handle.php and we can take this out. Let's take this out as well. Okay, let's grab only the form. Let's copy and let's put it here. Okay, and you can save this. And let's say that instead of handle.php, we should call this save as, let's call this form 1. Let's call it form 1 and save this. Okay, let's go back here and now we can take the form out. So, and let's call this, well, let's leave it as userform.php. So let's say this is the main file where we have the HTML tags, and this is the main page. Now, as you saw, I just took out the form and put it on a different file. Now, let's say we have also a title here. Let's call this is my form. Okay, what I'm going to do is also create another file, and let's copy this title and put it on another file, and this file is going to be called title.php, and I can take this out and save it. Now what we do is basically call the form1 PHP and the title PHP to include it here, but we don't need to put all the code. So we just need to put some PHP code, and we just type include, and here, since we are in the same folder, we just type title.php, close it, semicolon, and we just close the PHP code. Okay, now if we run this, we need to put the XAMPP control panel running. Don't forget that. And let's open user, and it's working. So you can see that we have a title. This is my form. So it's working perfectly. We are calling the title.php that has this title section here. Now we can also create the same thing for the form one. Okay, so let's type include and type form1, the name of the file. Okay, save this. Let's open the browser, refresh, and there it is. Okay, so this is how you can call different files that holds other sections or other functions or any type of code. And this will make much more sense when you have a very big structured web application and you need to basically organize everything and type less code on the main file and separate the rest of the sections on different files. Okay, it will be a lot faster as well. Now let's say we have the form1 and title PHP on a folder called sections. Okay, and we can take the title to sections and user form to, no, user form is the main file, so it can be there, form1 to sections. Okay, so the difference would be that we need to put here the path, so we just need to type sections. Okay, and here sections, okay, which is the folder that holds title PHP and form1 PHP. Okay, let's save this. And there it is. Perfect. Working perfectly. Now, there's also another function you can use, which is called the require function, and it works exactly the same. Okay, the only difference is that if something gets wrong, it's going to give you, instead of a warning, it's going to give you an error message. Okay, so basically you can use include or require. The only difference is that require is going to give you different kind of error message. Now in both cases, require or include, you can also use the require once, okay, or include once. And what this does is it will only run the file title PHP once, okay, or form1 PHP. Regardless the times that this script is open, it will only run this one time. Okay, so if we open the file 2 times or we run the file or the script 2 times, the second time this will not appear. Okay, I will show you a better example of this later on when we are creating a more complex project. So yes, this is how we work with require and include, and how we can divide different sections into different files. So see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to grab different sections or store different sections of a web page in different files. So we're going to use the require and include functions that we learned, and you'll start to understand how dynamic web pages work. Okay, so let's start with a simple website. I already have the CSS file and the index file created in this folder. Okay, so you can download these files because I already created the code, and you can download these files, and we will change a few little things in the code. So let me start by open the index file with the Notepad++, and here it is. Okay, great. So we have a simple web page with different sections, and if we open this in Chrome, this is what you'll get. Okay, so we have a few links in the top where you can click it, but nothing happens for now. And then we have 4 different sections and a footer. Okay, so what I'm going to do is basically teach you how to store each section on a different PHP file, and then as we click, we're going to grab that section using PHP, okay, on an external file. Okay, so it's very simple. For each section, we'll create a PHP file, and also we're going to create another PHP file for the footer. Now, this type of site structure is very, very common when we use dynamic websites or dynamic applications, because it's easy to maintain, and there's also better security when you have the different sections of a web page in different files. Okay, so if you ever need to change something, you just go to a file and change it. Or if the file doesn't run properly or it has some problem in the code, only that section will have problems. And you can go straight away to that file and solve the problem properly. Okay, so that's it. Basically, let's create section 1 file. Let me just create here. This is section 1, and let's close it. So this is just a note, so make sure you always put notes on your scripts or your code so everyone knows what it is. And so basically, let's go back and grab section 1, and let's copy it. Let's put it here. Okay, and let's save this as section 1.php. Perfect. Okay, let's create the same for section 2. So let's go back here. Let's copy this. Okay, copy section 2, and let's say this as section 2.php, and now section 3, copy, okay, section 3, save this as section 3.php, and now let's say section 4. Okay, let's save this, section 4.php, and now we only need the footer. So let's grab the footer and copy and create it. Put it here and save this. let's put a note here saying this is the footer. And footer.php. Okay, perfect. We're done. Let's go back here. And yeah, basically that's it. Okay, so now we just go to the index file and let's take the footer out. And here we can type PHP include query type footer.php. And close it. Okay, and let's go back up here, and in section 1 let's delete this and type PHP include section 1.php. And let's delete all this. We don't need it. Okay, so PHP include section 2.php. Section 3.php, and finally section 4.php. Okay, so let's see what happens. You see that we have a lot less code now on the main page or index.html. So let's see if this works, but before we check this, if this works, we have to put all these files and the folder, which is called my website folder, on the htdocs. So let's do that. Let's go to XAMPP and htdocs. Okay, let's copy this. Okay, let's put it here. Perfect. Okay, and let's call this just website. Okay, so let's start the XAMPP control panel. Perfect. And let's start browser. Let's go to localhost. And let's go to, let's type website. Okay, so this is the website that we have right now. Make sure you change index.html to index.php. Okay, confirm that. And let's go back, refresh. Okay, there it is, working perfectly. So whenever you type localhost and the name of the folder, automatically the file that is going to run is always index.php. So whenever you have an index.php, that's the file that will run first, okay? The main file of the project or the application. So basically what's happened is that the include files are working perfectly, or the include function, grabbing section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, and the footer. All of these came from other different files than index.php, as you will see in the code. If you open this, okay, there it is. Now let's make the menu work. So if we click on the link one, we will have, let's type section 1.php. Here is section 2.php and section 3.php, section 4.php, and let's leave the section 5 because we don't have any, so let's leave it like that. Okay, so let's change this as well. So section 1, section 2, section 3, and section 4. Okay, and section 5 coming soon. Put something like that. Okay, so let's save this. Let's reopen it. Okay, there it is. So if we click, we go directly to section 2, but what happens is that all the style is gone, and we don't want this. We want to click section 1, and section 1 will appear with all this style or CSS style. To do this, basically we just have to, let's create a new file called header. So we need to put, we would need to put the header here. Let's grab all this. So let's copy, put it here, and let me check. Okay, let me save this as header.php, and we can take this out and just type PHP include header.php. Okay, perfect. Save this. Now make sure you are editing the XAMPP htdocs website index, okay, and not the file on your desktop. Okay, so now what we can do is replicate this. So let's save, let's copy this. Let's go to section 1. Okay, great. So section 1 active, perfect. And now we need the rest of it, which is this one here. And copy section 1. Save this. And now we do the same for the rest of the files. Well, let's copy this. Section 2. Okay, save this. This is the class active, and let's take this class active from here, save it, and let's save this, section 2, save it, section 3, copy, section 3, copy, save it. This is class active on section 3. Copy section 3 and here as well. And finally, section 4. Section 4. Okay, I think we are done. And let's save this. Oh, just have to change the section 4 to class active. Okay, perfect. So let's run index.html. And yeah, I think we are done with this. Oh, okay, so we are replicating. So we don't need to include these out. Just put the main one, the section 1 PHP. Now let's go to section 1 and do the same thing. Oh, let's leave it. Okay, we're done. Perfect. So let's save this. Now finally, we just take out the section 1 from here and also the active class from here, okay? Because this is the main file. We didn't click any of these sections, so none of them are active when we come in. Welcome, choose content, choose a section on the menu. Okay, let's save this. Let's go back. Okay, so there it is. Pretty ugly, but if we click section 1, there it is. Section 1, section 2, section 3, and section 4. Okay, so that will give you an idea how you can separate all the different sections and include the section whenever you want on any page of your website. Okay, so that's it, and see you guys later. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture of PHP, and I'm going to use the same code that we or the same website that we created on the last lecture, because I'm going to show you a very cool thing that you can also do with dynamic websites. So let's open index.php, go to your XAMPP htdocs if you have the website folder there, or all the files that we created in the last lecture. Make sure you have them all there. Okay, let's open index.php. And I'm going to show you something that it's very, very common also in dynamic websites. So let's take all of these out. So we have the header section on a different file. We also have the footer on a different file. And we use the include to grab all the content of the file. Now, you can also use variables to load or echo out sections of an HTML page. In this case, I can use the head section on a PHP variable and store it there. So I can type PHP, okay, let's send it here. And now I can do, let's say, head section equals to, and we need to use single quotes here and here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so basically we are using a variable head section to store everything that's inside the head tags. Okay, let's save this. We can copy the doc type and we can use it here. Okay, save this. Now let's delete this and let's change the name of this file and save it as, instead of header.php, let's save it as all sections. Okay, semicolon here. Okay, so now I want to store another section on another variable, and I'm gonna call this, let's say, the body section. Okay, so equals, and let's go to the body section, which is this one here. Okay, or instead of the body, let's store the content section only. Copy. Let's call this content. So the content has all of this. Okay, there it is, and save it. Let's save this, and let's say I want the footer as well. So let's call this footer equals, let's go to the footer. The footer, we need to open it. Let's copy this, copy. Okay, there it is. Now let's copy and let's save this. Okay, great. So we have stored all sections in 3 different variables. Well, they're not all the sections of the website, but 3 main sections: head section, content, and footer. And now we can delete the footer from here, and the content, we just leave the navigation and the div header, and basically that's it. We can even grab all the body. Let's put the body also on a variable. So the body, copy, and there it is. Okay, let's save this. Okay, great. So let's delete the body as well. And basically we only have now the HTML and the doc type, the HTML tags and the doc type. So here what I'm gonna type is, the first thing you should do is PHP include, you should include the file that holds all the variables so we can use them. So it's called all sections.php. Okay. And now you can use all the variables. So let's use the, it's the head section, copy, which is the first one. The variable head section. Okay. And now we can echo out. Okay, we should echo out the body before content because the div content comes after the navigation. So let's do this in order. So we need to put the body first. So it should be like this. Okay, so let's take this out of here. Okay, so now body, echo the body section. The content. And finally, echo out the footer. Okay, perfect. Now let's see if all of this works. In order to see that, we need to run the Apache and MySQL. Okay, there's just a little mistake here. I forgot that the body tag or the body tags should be here, beginning just right after the head section, body, and at the end you should close the body text. Okay, so actually the body, content, and footer sections or variables should be inside the body text. Okay, so make sure you type that, and let's go to all sections, and on the body variable you can delete the body tags, just leave the content. Okay, and save it. Okay, and it works perfectly. There it is, all the sections, the navigational bar, the header, and the footer, and the body. Okay, so this is just to show you that you can also use variables to store different sections or content of different sections of a web page, and then you can just call the file where those variables are stored, use the include function, and then you can echo out all those variables. So when you have a lot of sections and a lot of different things that you want to store as content, this is also a very good way to do it. Okay guys, so that's all, and see you guys in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture in PHP and MySQL. In this lecture we'll learn how to use functions. So functions in PHP are very useful to store bits of code so we can reuse them later. They work very similar to the functions in JavaScript. So let's start with some simple examples. So the first thing, let's create a PHP tag, and let's save this file as, let's save this file on your htdocs file. So XAMPP htdocs, let's save this as function.php or functions. Okay, so whenever you create a function, make sure the name you use is not something that could be related or misinterpreted by PHP with other built-in function. So you know that in PHP we have several built-in functions that already come with PHP and you can use them, but we can create our own functions. Okay, so make sure you use unique names for your functions, something like my car. Okay, after the name of the function you always type parentheses. Okay, and then curly brackets. Now between the curly brackets is where you're going to put the code you want to store inside this function. So let me just type echo. You can type any code you want. My car is really cool. Let's save this. Now let's try to run this and nothing happens, because in order to see something or run some code inside a function, you need to call that function. So how do we do that? Well, basically you just type the name of the function, which is my car and semicolon. And now if you refresh, there it is. Okay, so very simple and very easy to use, and very handy to store a bunch of lines of code. This way you can store everything in one single name or a function name and call it whenever you want. Okay, now a function can also have arguments, just like in JavaScript. So in order to create arguments on a function, you just type, let's create, for example, 2 arguments on the function my car. So let's create 2 variables inside the parentheses. Argument 1 is going to be first, and let's create another argument called or stored in the variable second. Okay, and you can type as many arguments as you wish here. Let's create only 2 for now. They are called the variable first and variable second, or argument first and argument second. So now what we can do is basically use any of the parameters here inside the function. Let's use the first parameter. Here, my car is a Dodge, and let's say my first car was a Dodge, and my second car was a Mercedes, something like that. Okay. So now, instead of the type of car, you just type here the variable. Okay. So we need to put this between, or concatenate this between dots here. Okay, and here let's create let's put the argument first. Okay, so my first car was a Dodge. We will use Dodge later, and here let's delete this. And here we're going to type second. Okay, so now you can basically give any value you want to these variables here, or arguments or parameters. Okay, just by typing, whenever you call the function, between the parentheses, you just type the value that you wish to give to those arguments. Okay, so I want to give the first argument. Remember, you always have to put this in order. Okay, so the first argument goes first, and then the second argument. So this will refer to this, and I'm going to call it here between double quotes the Dodge, and then Mercedes. Okay, so if you run this, there it is. My first car was a Dodge, and my second car was a Mercedes. Okay, so basically what you can do here is give parameters that you can later store between the code, and then you can give any value to those arguments or variables when you call the function, okay, between the parentheses. There's also a very important and very common thing that we use in functions, which is return values with the return statement. Okay, and basically you're going to see a lot of functions that have a bunch of code, and then they have return and some variable that is defined inside the function. This is useful whenever you want to check if the function is working correctly and the script returns something, either a value, 1, 0, true or false. And you can even later on assign the function result to a variable. Okay, so this is very common to check if the function really returns you the value that you are expecting. This is also something that we will later on, with a little bit more of code, more complex stuff, we'll check, and it will make a little bit more sense to you. Okay, so this is all for now, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. So in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to use and what are the global variables and local variables, or what is the variable scope whenever you use a variable inside a function or outside a function. The fastest way for you to understand this is that whenever you create variables outside a function, that variable can only be called or used outside the function at all times, not inside the function. So let me show you an example. Let me create here name Victor. Okay, so now inside this function, if I use echo and I use variable name, and now I type my car, semicolon, save this. What happens is that it says, notice, undefined variable on line 9. Okay, so this is undefined variable. Why? Because whenever you want to use a variable inside a function, you need to declare it inside a function. Okay, so we should type here name equals, and let's type Mercedes. Now, if we go back and refresh, there it is. Okay. When you create variables inside a function, it is called a local variable. And when you have variables outside a function, there are global variables. And as you can see, in this case, we can even have in the same script two variables with the same name, but they have different values. This one has Victor and this one has Mercedes. Okay. If I type here echo, let me take this out. If I type here echo name, the result is going to be Victor and not Mercedes. Okay. There it is. Okay, so very, very simple and very easy to understand. There are also the super globals that we already know, and those are the ones that you can use inside any function. These built-in variables that come with PHP are always super global, and you can use them anywhere. Okay, like the post, okay, or the request, and also the get. Okay, so these are always available for you to use anywhere, and they will always work inside any function. So that's it, and see you guys in the next lecture. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture. So let's start creating and learn how to build database. To create a database, we will need to use the MySQL database. MySQL, it's probably now the world's most popular open source database application, and maybe 80 or 90% of the applications you see on the web run with MySQL. Okay, so MySQL is the one that we will learn and works very well with PHP. Let's visit the MySQL official website, and you can go there and you have everything you need to know, or all the documentation you need about MySQL in this website. Okay, so you have here the documentation. Whenever you have any doubts or you need to work on a project that you need to check what to use or how to implement something new in the MySQL database, or you have an error, you can go here and check for yourself or download the manual. Okay, great. So MySQL is based on the SQL language for databases, and if you check SQL here, it stands for Structured Query Language. Okay, and this is the language that you need to know, or at least you need to know a little bit of it in order to work with MySQL and a database. Okay, so we'll learn all that on the next lectures, don't worry. So let's go back. So the first thing you need to install the MySQL database on your computer is installing XAMPP that we already have, or if you're using a Mac, you can install MAMP. Okay, so let's go back to the folder that has XAMPP. In here, let me go to C, and in here you have something called PHP MyAdmin. Okay, and PHP MyAdmin gives you a cool graphic control panel to create any type of database with MySQL for any of your projects. Okay, let's start PHP so you can see how it works. So before we go there, let's start the XAMPP Apache and MySQL. And now we can type here localhost and here PHP myadmin. PHP myadmin. Okay, and there it is. If for some reason you don't get to this page, or it might happen that when you type, let's go back. When you type here localhost, you are redirected to a Google search query. Make sure you type HTTP localhost and PHP myadmin. Okay, there it is. Okay, great. So this is the MySQL control panel. So you have here a bunch of stuff you can do in order to create the perfect database for your project or your website. But we will continue that on the next lecture. Okay, so see you guys later. Hello everyone and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. So we are learning, or we learned in the last lecture, how to install the MySQL or the PHP myadmin control panel and how to use it. But before that, I just want to tell you a very, very simple explanation of what a database is capable of. Okay, so any interaction that a user has with the web or with a website, any type of interaction can be stored on a database. So let's say typing something like in Google search query here, everything that you type here will be stored on a database. And I can guarantee that Google has a very large database about your queries throughout all your life. So that's why they know so much, and that's how they control basically all the queries in the world. It's a very, very powerful information, and you can do the same on your website. So if you have a website or a web application, you can store anything you want or any interaction that the user has with your website, either sending login information or register information, or how many times the user access your website, what is the page that the user sees the most on your website, how many times he spends on your website, how many clicks he does on your website, who does he interact with. Basically everything that a user does on your website, you can store that on the MySQL database. And later you can use that information for anything you want, okay? Nowadays, information is very valuable for ads and marketing. So make sure you create a cool or a very well-structured database for your web application. And obviously, depends on the web application or the website that you are creating, you'll be creating a different type of database for it. So if you are creating a simple, store or a simple website that sells some products, maybe you only need to store the sales or the prices. And if you are thinking about creating something really big, like a social network like Facebook or some large platform with a lot of users, you'll need a very, very well structured MySQL database with a lot of tables and a lot of different configurations. Okay, but we'll get to that later on. Let's start with the basics first. So let's go to localhost and PHP myadmin. So here on the left side, you have some examples of databases. Okay, these are the databases that we have. So CityCool is a database. And then you have CDs. And when creating names for databases or tables, it should only contain letters, numbers, or if you want to use spaces, use the underscore, okay? Don't leave spaces in blank. You should also avoid using names that SQL functions has or SQL terms. Also, the names of tables or databases should be treated as case sensitive, and basically make sure you use names that you will remember and they are unique for you or for your project. Okay, so in order to understand the structure of a simple MySQL database, let's create a new one, a new database. Okay, let's call this my first database. Okay, let's click create, and there it is, my first database. Okay, here you have it. Perfect. Now let's click my first database. Let's click there. Okay, now you need to create tables. Okay, tables are where you store the different type of data or information. For each table, you can put as many columns as you want. And in order for you to understand this, let's create a table first. So let's call this table users. Okay. Now users will have several information for each user, which will be the name, the email, the first name, the last name, the password, etc. So let's create, for example, 5 columns. Okay, let's click go. Okay, you'll get to this page where you have to give all this information to the database. So the first thing you're going to have is name, and let's call the first, let's give it the name for the first column ID. The second, let's put first name, and here let's give second name or last name. In here let's give it an email, and then you can type something like, yeah, we can give the password here. Okay, now for each type of information or data here, you have different types of configurations that you need to choose. Okay, so if it is, for example, a date or an email, you have to choose different configuration. For ID, which is going to be a number, we will choose varchar, which means various characters. Okay, so we have integer, which is the int, varchar, text, and date. Okay, and then you have several other options here, but the most used options for now are date, text, varchar, and integer. Okay, so for ID, let's use the varchar, which means various characters, numbers, or strings, and for the rest of it, you can use varchar as well. Okay, because some people may use numbers and characters, strange characters for names and on emails as well. So varchar for everything, password varchar as well. Okay, cool. Length values, here's where you can give a limit of length for the characters. Okay, so you can limit here, and we can type, for example, limit, let's type 100 for each one of them, which is pretty much, or too much. Let's give it a 50. Okay, 50 characters long. And remember this, because later on when you are creating PHP connections with MyAdmin or MySQL. If you have a limit of 60 on your PHP script and you have 50 here, it will cause problems. So remember they have 50 as a character limit in your database. Okay. Now default, let's give it, let's leave it none. Collation, you can leave this as it is. Attributes, let's leave it as it is. Index, let's give it a primary key to the first one, which is the ID. This means that this is the main key or the main identification for each user. Okay, so you can also choose here AI, which is not artificial intelligence, but it's auto increment. Okay, it will auto increment every time a user registers or sends a new information. Okay, so for each user you have a different ID at all times. Then you have here MIME type. This is for when you want to store files. There are image files like PNGs or JPEGs. We'll see this later on, not now. This we don't need it as well. We will check this later on. And I think we are done with this. You can put some table comments, partition definition. Okay, let's save this. Incorrect column specified for column ID. Okay, let's change something here, which is causing problems. Instead of primary, let's leave it as with nothing. Let's leave the auto increment and change the varchar to integer. Okay, let's go back and save this. Okay, now we are done. Perfect. So now we have our database ready with one table only for users. And each user will have the possibility to send us information or to complete a form, and then we will store all that information from the form with a first name, last name, email, and a password to this table, okay, using PHP. So let's click my first database. Let's click users, and then if you see if you click users, you'll see columns and indexes. Click columns, and there you have it. ID, then first name, last name, email, and password. Okay, this is what we have to store from a form that we will later create on our website. If you want to put some more fields into this table or columns, you can basically add here one column at the end of the table or at the beginning. We want at the end, and after password, and click go. Okay, so the name will be registration date, so we know when the user registered. And here let's type date. Length, let's put 50 as well. Default none. And I think we're done. Yes. Okay, let's save this. Okay, let's go back to columns. And there it is. Okay, so this is all for now. And in the next lecture, we'll continue with this little project. See you guys later. Bye. Hi everyone. Let's continue with MySQL and creating a simple database so you can store something that the user types on a form, for example, through PHP. So we have Apache and MySQL running. Make sure you have that. And I already created a form that we're going to use. So I have to make sure that all the forms inputs that we have here, first name, last name, email, gender, age, comments, password, all of this will be in the table that we created in the MySQL database. So let's go back to the MySQL database or the PHP MyAdmin control panel. And let's go to my first database. Click there. Let's click users. And here, let's click columns. Okay, so before we create more columns here or more fields, I need you to change the ID type. Instead of int, we should choose big int. Okay, here, because int will only reach 34,000 numbers, and the big int doesn't have any limit of users or numbers. Okay, so you can use the big int if you want to create a big database. So let's choose the big int and save. Okay, so now we need to check all the values, all the inputs that we have here. So we have first name, last name, email, gender, and age. So we need to create the gender that will return us either M or F. So let's go here, and let's say we have the gender after email. So let's make sure we have this in order. So email. So what we can do is add one field after email and click go. Okay, so we are done, and we need to put something more. So first name, last name, email, gender, and I think we are still missing age and then comments. Okay, so age after gender. So one row, one column after gender, go. And this is age, just going to be integer. And here you can put 3. And yeah, I think we're done. Okay, save. So columns, and now we need comments. So gender, age, and now we need comments after age, go. Comments, and here you can type varchar, and let's type, not sure how many characters we have limited on this field. We can use the max length on the comments here as well. So let's type max length, let's say 200. This is very important. When we create a database and we define a limit on the database, make sure you also have the same limit here. Because if the limit in a database is 30 and then you have here 40, it will return an error. Okay, so make sure you have 40 here and 40 on your database. So let's check here, max length 200. And there it is. Okay, save. Let's go back columns, and we are done with our database. So ID, first name, last name, email, gender, age, comments, password, and registration date. Okay, all the fields are ready to store all the information that comes from this form. Okay, so this is the form we have. It's very simple, and we don't have any CSS to style the form, but you can use CSS if you want, but it's not very important to style this at this point. So this is all for now, and we will start creating our PHP scripts that will process all this information and will store this data on our new database. Okay, see you guys later. Bye. Hello everyone, and let's continue with our form that we created to store values on our database. So we have our database with all the fields ready and the form ready as well. So what we want is to type something in the form and then click submit, and everything will be stored in your database. Okay, so first what we're gonna do is check the max length for each of the fields. So we have 40 here, 40. What I'm going to do is put 50 in all of them because it's the same max length or limit that we have on the database. So 50, 50, 50, and then we have here 200, and password we can put, let's put 50 as well. So everything will be the same limit as we have in the form. So 50, 50, 200 comments, and 50 in the password. Gender 1, because it will return either M or F. And age, we must change this to varchar as well. Let's change this to varchar because it will return either under 30, between 30 and 6, or over 60. Let's type here 30. Okay, save this. And I think we are done here. So now let's open our Notepad++ and let's create our file, PHP file that will run and process all this information and will store this information to our database. Okay, so pay attention because this script is the first time that we will connect to a MySQL data. So this is going to be PHP script. And here we can type making the connection to MySQL, and let's save this. Let's create connection.php. Okay, so the first thing we should do is create the MySQL variable called dbc. This is going to be equal to, and now we type MySQL I connect and parenthesis. Okay, now inside the parenthesis we have to type some parameters or some values in this order. The first is host name, and you can type that as a variable that we will give a value in just a minute. Hostname first, username second, password, and a database name. Okay, now save this. Okay, so in order for MySQL I connect function works, we need to give some values or valid values to these four variables. So up in here, let's type host name equals to something. Now username equals to something, and password equals to something, and here it's a DB name. Okay. Okay, so the host name, you have to type local host because we are using XAMPP control panel and we are using MySQL as a local host. Username, you type root, which is by default the username you have. And you can configure this in PHP admin if you want, but basically you'll have this by default. password, you can leave it empty because you don't have a password by default. And DB name is, as you know, is my first database. Okay, so make sure you type here my first database. Okay, now save this. My first database. Okay, great. So let's continue. And something that you should use always is the or die function. For security reasons, you should use the or die function in order to drop the connection immediately. Okay, so we can avoid some hacking problems. You can even give a message, could not connect to database. Okay, and save this. You can even use the function MySQL connect error in order to see what problem is. So couldn't connect to database, error, and here you can type the MySQL connect error. And save this. You should also set the encoding to UTF-8. So let's type set encoding MySQL set char set, and here you can type the variable dbc, which holds the connection, and here you should type UTF-8. Okay, so make sure you have this so we can avoid any encoding problems connecting with our database. So let's save this and let's see if we can make a connection, if the connection is working with this script and with our database. So if you type now localhost and the name of the PHP file that we just created, so you click enter. If no error message appears, it means that it's working. Okay, so we have successfully connected to our database. You can also create a message on the script so you can know that you are connected. So let's type here you are connected to here, type db name database. Okay, I'll save this, and here I almost forgot the dollar symbol. Okay, let's save this, and localhost connection.php, and there it is. Okay, so it's working perfectly. As you can see, you are connected to my first database. Okay, so it's working perfectly, and so we now have the script that connects to the database. Now we just need to start creating the script that will store the information from the form to our database. Okay, see you guys. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture. Let's continue with our connection to the MySQL database and inserting values from our form. And so the first thing we should do now is we want to insert values that we type in our form to our database. And we know that everything in this script is working to connect to our database. So what I'm going to do is save this as connection.php. And I'm going to create a new file. Okay. And this file is going to be, is where I'm going to store the script that will process all the validation of the form. Okay, so whatever the user types in the form will go through this script, processing form, and save this as processing.php. Okay. The first thing is to grab all the values that come from the form in variables that I'm going to create here. Okay, so the first should be the first name, but let me type f name equals, and since we are using the post method, we need to use the variable PHP post and square brackets semicolon. Inside the square brackets, you need to put the name that it's inside the input here, which is f name. Okay, so you see that each one has a name, so this is what we're going to use on the post variable. So here we type f name and l name, and here we type post. Oops, l name semicolon, and now we have the email gender. Okay, email equals the post and here gender equals post. Next is age. So age equals post age. And now we have the comments. Okay, so comments. Comments, oops, that's it. And finally, age comments, and finally we have the password. Okay, so these are all the values. You can type here processing form values. These are all the values that will be stored with the post method, and then we can store them in our database. Now, but before we connect to our database and inserting values, we need to do a little condition here so we can avoid problems related to security, and we are sure that the values that are coming through the post method are from the form and not from some bot or hacking script. So in order to check that the form has been submitted, first we're going to type if, and then we're going to use the server variable that comes with PHP and holds several values that we can use, and one of them is the request method value. Okay, so we have to type request method. Okay, and this has to be equals to post. Okay, so this is a condition where we say if the server request method is equal to post, so if the form has been submitted with the post method, do this, else echo, and we can say some no form has been submitted. Save this. And now here we're going to use another if statement so we can check if all of these variables have indeed a value stored in them. So what we do is check one by one if something is stored by the user in the form, because if not, the user can type first name, last name, and the user can leave the email in blank and fill the rest of the form. We need to check if everything is completed and everything has a value on it. So this is basically a simple form validation. We will not validate passwords or if the email is a valid email. We will leave that for later on. But it's a simple method that you can use just to check if the user types something. So let's type if, and we're going to use the function isSet. Okay, so the function isSet basically checks if there's a value set in this variable. The variable, we need to open a new parenthesis. The variable is going to be fname, lname, email, email, gender, age, comments, and a password. And that's it. Basically, with this simple function, we can check if everything has a value on it. And now curly brackets. And here, let's type include, and the file we're gonna get is the connection file, okay, to start connecting to the database. So unless the user fills up all the values in the form, we will not get into this part, okay, to include the connection and start inserting values on the database. Okay, first of all, we need to check if there's a request method post from the form. If the user clicked the button to submit the form, then we check all the values of the form, if none of them is missing, and we can create an else statement here in case that some of the values are not submitted. And here we can type echo, please fill all values of the form. Okay. Now we need to change something in userform.php, which is the form action, which is the file that will process the form. It's not handle.php, is processing.php method post. So let's go back here. Let's say I go directly to processing.php through the URL. And now you understand why do we need to create an if condition so we can avoid some hacking. So if I type process.php, processing, okay, so no form has been submitted. We have a bunch of errors, but we know that we cannot process the form, okay? So if we go back here, actually, all of this should be inside the condition after the post request here, okay? So let's delete all this. And let's repeat the process. So if we go here, type processing, there it is. No form has been submitted. We cannot process this script, okay? Now, let's go to the form. So user form PHP and click submit. Please fill out all the values of the form. And we have some errors here already in line 7 and line 9. gender and LA name. Okay, so let's go back here and go to processing. Okay, we have, this is wrong. Okay, so now if we repeat it, let's click submit. Okay, we have noticed undefined index gender in line 9. Please fill all values of the form. So don't worry about this notice. I will tell you later how you can take this out. It's not an important error for now. So please fill all the values of the form. So let's type here Victor, male, between 30 and 60, whatever, and the password we can type whatever you want. Submit, and okay, something is wrong here. Okay, so I found a little error here that I have. It's L name and not LANME. It's L name. Okay, sorry for that. So let's check. Let's go back here, user form. If everything is okay, we should get to here, which has this little echo saying you're connected to database. So let's try it again. Mail, type whatever you want here, and here submit, and there it is. You are connected to my first database. So yes, we basically did everything, and everything is working perfectly. The only thing we need is insert values to the database after the connection. Okay, here. There's also another technique that you can use, is very common. You can use the script that processes all the data that comes from the form. Let's copy this. You can use it in the same file or the same PHP file that has the form. And how to do this? Well, very simple. In the top of the form or before the form, let's paste this script that we had in the processing.php. Okay, now this script can be pretty much the same. We don't need to do any changes here. The only thing you should change is, instead of the form action, the file that handles all this information in the form action field should be user form. Okay, so it should be the file that has the form itself. Now let's try this, and let's type user form PHP, and you see that no form has been submitted. So in this case, we don't need this echo here. Okay, you can type, please complete the form. Okay, I save this, and up in here you can type error, please complete all fields. Save this. Okay, let's try this. Refresh. Okay, here we have, please complete the form. So I can even give strong here. You can even type, sorry, let's give a header 3. Let's go back, refresh, there it is. Please complete the form. Awesome. Save this. Okay, so if we type Victor and email, and here email, and we forgot the password, we submit. Okay, so I also found out that there's a problem, and the if statement with the is set, it's not working very well. And you can see this by going to the user form, and you'll see that if we type here Victor and we left for example comments in blank and password, and we click submit, we still connect to the database. So this is an error, and in order for you to check this, and I can tell you why the error exists, basically some of the post values are set even if they are empty. So in some cases, we can return something from a form empty, like password and comments as we did now, but it's considered set. In order to change this or avoid this problem, you can use the not empty function, okay? That will check basically if any of these variables are empty. So we need to do this for each one of the variables with the AND operator. So empty L name and not empty email and not empty and not empty and not empty comments and not empty password. Okay, I think we're done. Save this. So if none of them are empty, we'll do this. If in case that some of them are empty, we'll do error, you left some values in blank. Okay, now let's check if this works. Finally. Okay, please complete the form. So let's leave the first in blank. Last name, whatever, here, here, here. Okay, error, you left some values in blank. So let's complete this, submit, error, you left some in blank again. And let's complete under password, submit, you are connected. Okay, so now everything is working perfectly. There's also a lot of other ways you can check for a validation of a form. We will learn how to do that more specific validation later on the course. For now, you can use this not empty function. And this is all for now. See you in the next lecture. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Let's start creating the code that we need to insert values on our database. So I'm going to grab the files that we had in the last lecture, userform.php, where we have the form and the PHP code that handles all the information that comes from the form. Okay, and we have a simple validation here to check if everything has some value on it. Okay, so if everything has a value, we will include the connection.php. So we're going to call this script here so we connect to our database, and then after it we can insert the values that we have on our database. So to insert some values on our database, we need to type MySQL query semicolon, and now inside a parenthesis we need to type two values. The first value is the connection to the database, which is this one here, okay, stored in this variable, dbc, database connection. So let's type dbc, and remember you are calling or including the file connection PHP, so you can use all the variables that we have in here, okay? And the second, separated by a comma, the second value separated by a comma that you want to type is the insert between double quotes, insert command or query, and make sure you type insert in capital letters, and then you type also in capital letters into, okay? You always have to type this in capital letters. Insert into whenever you want to store anything or any data into your database. So insert into, and now the name of the table, remember the name of the table was users. Okay. Okay, see it here, users, this is the name of the table. So we need to type the name of the table first. So users, and now we need to type all the fields that we are inserting. And you have always to put them in order. So we have the ID, we don't need to put them, it's automatic. We need to put the first name, last name, email, gender, age, comments, and password. And the registration date is also automatic. So let's go back and type exactly how we have it in the database, okay? Make sure you write it the same way you have it here, exactly here. First name, now, comma, last name, and email, gender, age, so email, gender, age, comments, and password. Okay, and that's it. Okay, after this, you need to type values with capital letters as well, parentheses again, and now you're gonna say, where do I get the information to store in these fields of table users? Well, we need to grab that information from these variables, okay? So these variables, we're gonna type between single quotes, we're gonna type the variable f name, so f name, l name, don't forget the dollar symbol, email, gender, age, comments, and finally the password. Okay, so I think we are done. Let me save this. Make sure you review this because if you have any error, if some character is missing, it will give you an error. Make sure you review this. And now, to make sure that we have everything inserted or something happened in our database, we're gonna type a little function which is called the MySQL affected rows. And basically, this will return you a value of all the affected rows in your database, okay? So what we're gonna do is create a variable called registered, and now here let's type echo variable registered is affected. This will return a number, okay? This will return you a number of rows that are affected. So in this case, it will return 1 if this works, because all of these are in the same row in the table. Row is affected. everything worked fine. Okay, so let's see if everything that we created here works. Let's type user form. Please complete the form. Let's type Victor. If we leave this in black and submit, error, you left some values in blank. Let's go back, refresh. We can also type just a little thing here very quickly, which is h2, and here let's style this p, and then style equals, and let's close this, and here let's type color and red, and here let's close the paragraph. Okay, let's save this. So if we submit, there it is. Error, you left some values in blank. So let's refresh and please complete your name. Let's type email between awesome password 12345, submit. Okay, so we have a warning saying warning, MySQL affected rows expected exactly one parameter, 0 given in line 20. So we need to give a parameter to MySQL affected rows function. It says row is affected, everything worked fine, but doesn't give you a number of rows. So none of them are affected, I think. Let me check. If we go to localhost phpMyAdmin, and we go to my first database, users, yes. Actually, we have a row affected. Okay, so everything worked fine. ID 1, Victor, last name, and this is the first time that we have inserted values. The only problem here is password doesn't appear anything, and registration date is all in 0. So we have to see what the problem is there. But before that, let me just take a quick review on this warning here. So let's go back to the code. And first of all, here in the connection, let me take this out. We don't need this. And let's go to userform.php. And what we need in MySQL affected rows inside the parentheses is to put the variable of the connection here. Okay, I forgot that. So let's go back now to the form. Let's refresh and let's type another name. Let's type John. Last name is John Smith. Email, you can type whatever you want. gmail.com. Mail. Between comments, whatever, password 12345, submit. Okay, there it is. Perfect. One row is affected, everything worked fine. Okay, so let's go back to the users, and there it is. Okay, so we have now 2 users registered, Victor and John, and you see the email here, and then we have a problem in the password. The password doesn't appear, and the registration date is 000. So let's see what the problem is with the password. Okay, first of all, we have a little problem here. This shouldn't be here, text area. Let's take this out. Now, besides this, you have to go to connection.php, and what it's causing the problem is that you have password here. Okay, variable password that returns nothing. And you called the connection.php here, which calls the password. Okay, so you are declaring password here, okay, which is whatever comes from post and the form, which is the password of the user. Later on, you will include connection and you give a new value to the same variable with no value in it. Okay, so this is causing the problem with no password inserted in our database. So what we're going to do is here, let's give it a password 1. Let's change the name. So this is very important. Don't use the same variables in 2 different files. Otherwise, it will cause problems. A value on a variable will overwrite the other. Okay. So now we have everything ready. I think we are done. Okay. Let's go back to the form. Okay. So let's start and type Joe Smith email. Hello, gmail.com, whatever, between 30 and 60, hi, and password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, submit. 1 row is affected, everything worked fine. Now let's go back here, users, and there it is. Okay, so Joe Smith, hello, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the password. So regarding the problem of the registration date, this is a little bit more complex, and we will cover how to store registration dates and how to store exact time for hours, minutes, and seconds with PHP and MySQL later on. But in order to avoid this problem for now, let's drop this field, okay? And make sure you try to run again another form. Johnny Smith, and here you can type whatever email you want. Mail 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, submit. 1 row is effective. Let's go back here. There it is. So see you guys in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP MySQL. Let's continue, and in this lecture I'm going to show you how to output values from the database. So we've learned how to insert any values through this form, okay? First name, last name, email, gender. And now I'm going to show you how to see and make a list or output a list of all the values that you have on your database, so we can see, or the user can see it on a web page. So these are the basic functions, or the basic main functions for a CRUD system. A CRUD system is very common with for PHP projects, which is CRUD, C-R-U-D, which stands for create, read, update, and delete values from a database. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do all this. We already did the first one, which is insert values into the database. So create values into the database. I'm going to show you how to read, and later on how to update and delete. So let's take this out of here. Okay. Well, to start, we need to create a new file with a new script. And let's create PHP. Let's save this as, on your htdocs, let me save this as output .php. Now the first thing that we need to do here is to call the connection. So we'll include connection.php. So first let's create a variable. Let's call this variable R, which will hold MySQL a query, okay, which is the select, okay, and this is a new one, select, and now asterisk symbol, which means all symbols. So we use the asterisk whenever you want to grab all the values from the database or from the column. So we want to grab first name, last name, so every one of them. Select all from in capital letters. And now the name of the table, remember it was users, okay? So we are done with that. So here the R variable holds the query to the database, to the MySQL database, to grab all the values. Now what we want to do is show them. And to show the values on a web page, we need to use the while loop. Okay? So I hope you guys remember how the while loop worked. If you don't remember, you can go back where I explain how to use the while loop. And now inside the parentheses, we type a new variable and declare it. So row equals to MySQL I, and this is also a new one, fetch array, parentheses again, and inside the parentheses we need a parameter, which is going to be the query. Okay, so basically the variable row holds a function which is called the MySQL I fetch array, which will return a row of the table in an array format. So we will use the while loop to return each row at a time. And to do that, we also need to open curly brackets. And inside the while loop, we need to, each time we return something, we want to echo out the values of the array that we are creating with this function here. Okay. So echo, and now pay attention because we now need to use the row, and since we are using an array, or we want to extract values from an array that we are creating, we need to use the square brackets. Okay, remember the array had 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 to output the values inside an array. So we now have to type the name of the field that you want to get. Okay, remember we had the field first name, last name, email, and password. So here's where you're gonna type it. Okay, so I want to get first, or I want to show first name. Okay, and I also want to show, let's say, let's give it a slash here and concatenate again. And let's say I also want last name, so row and last name. And you can put something else. I think we had the password. Let's say I want to check the password as well. I want to see the password. So we type row and do the same thing. The only change is here we type password. Okay, and you can go on and do row and then square brackets and put the field, okay, that you want to check from the database. But make sure that you always use the same name here as we have in the field of the MySQL database. Let's save this and let's see if this works. I'm going to create a link here. Let's say down here that says check all data from database, or check all records. And now I want to make this a link. Basically, it will call this script and will show you everything you want to see on the database. And let's type here A. And obviously here we just need to put output.php and save this. Okay, I think we are done. Okay, let's run the user form and then we will click here, this link, and we will go to the output, and hopefully it will show us all the records from the MySQL database. I mean, not all the records. It will show us the first name, last name, and password for each user. User form, PHP, okay, and here it is. Check all current records from database. Click there. Okay, so we have a warning, MySQL query expects 2 parameters. Okay, I forgot to type here. Okay, here we need to put the DBC, which is the connection, and comma. Okay, remember that we need to put this connection inside the query. It's the first parameter. And the second parameter is the select all from users. So save this. Let's try to run it again. Okay, let's go back, click here, and there it is. Awesome. So Victor 1, Bastos 1. Okay, it's a little bit, it's not very presentable. So let me put here. I'm going to show you how to solve this. Here we type another echo, and we will type, you can put here the line break, so we can separate the records for each user. Okay, so let's go back, and if we click check all records, there it is. Okay, Victor 1, Joe, Smith, and Smith. Okay, so you can, obviously with a little HTML, you can create a table so the records can look more presentable to the user. Okay, but this is how we basically can extract all the record or any record from the database and show it to the user. Okay, now for security reasons, you should always use the MySQL close function. Okay, which basically after running a script, it will close the connection, and for security reasons, this is very important that you use whenever you create a script or a connection to the database. So let's type MySQL close, and here we type DBC. Okay, save this, and let's try it once again. Okay, here it is. So instead of running the script and leaving the connection open, we will close always the connection after running these records or the script itself. Okay, make sure you always use that. In the next lecture, we will learn how to return records by specific order. Okay, see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture. So we will continue to output values. But I'm going to show you how to create a table so we can show the values a little bit more clean, and also how to output values from our table on our database by a specific order. Let's say I want to output by name or alphabetical order, or by age, or by any other order. So well, let's go to the user form. And what I want to do is to put some more values or more users into our database. So we only have 3, so we need a little bit more. So let's type localhost user form. Okay, let's put some more values here. Let's say J. Jameson. Okay, male, under 30, whatever, comment, and 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Submit, well, there it is. Okay, another one. Let's put some more. Homer Simpson. He's a nice guy. So Homer at gmail.com. Under 30, I think he's over 60. Well, between 30 and 60. And type whatever you want here, and here as well. Submit. Okay. So yeah, just let me use just one more. Cruz. And whatever email you want here, female, under 30, and whatever. Okay, nice. Let me just confirm with localhost phpMyAdmin. Let me check my first database. Okay, so here it is. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 users. And now let's go to output.php. And let's say I want to present this a little bit better than we had it before. If I click here, okay, this is what we get, but I want this a little bit more presentable. So what I'm gonna do is create a table just before the while loop, okay, and in here I'm gonna type echo, and now let's create the table, which is table align equals center, and we need to use a single quotes here because we are inside double quotes. Okay, cell spacing, we can put 3, and cell padding equals, let's use a 3 as well, and width equals 75%, and we close this. Okay, semicolon here. Now here we're going to use tr, and let's close the tr, and here td, table data, is going to be align equals 75%, sorry, left, and now here we can type and here we just close the td, and then let's open another td, let's type align equals to left, b, and here we type email. Okay, so I'm creating a table for the name and email. If you want to put some more columns, you can put some more columns for other fields, but I'm going to use just this for this example. I'm going to use only the name and email, and now close td, and tr closed here. Okay, so let's save this, and let me check how this is appearing. Okay, so we have here table name, email. Let me give a border here. Okay, border equals 1. Save this. Go back here. Okay, nice. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is grab all this information and put it in this table, inside this table. So let me go back here, and before row first name, and I'm going to take these out. Okay, let's take the slashes out. So here I'm going to put echo. Okay, make double quotes here and here, and here I'm going to put echo tr and td, align equals left. Okay, and here we type row Let me take this out of here and here. Okay, so row, first name. Actually, let's start with the last name. So last name, here, first name. Let's concatenate a space in here, which is the comma. Okay, and then let's create TD. Let's close the TD and start a new table data. Align again. Equals left and double quote and concatenate row password and concatenate again, close TD and close TR. Okay, so I think we now have our table. We don't need this line break here now. Save this. And let's try and see if everything is working perfectly. Awesome, there it is. Everything perfectly presented. Name, but the email, we get the password. So we have to change this. I want to get the email instead of password. We have to go here. And instead of password, we need to type email to get the email field. Let's go back, refresh, and there it is. Okay, so pretty awesome how we can present everything in our database. If you want to include the rest of the fields, you can put them there, password. You also have the age, okay? Now, let's say I want to present this in order, okay, by name, okay, or specifically order it by the second name. So to do that, let's go here and let's create a new file, which is going to be called ordered by name. Let me save this. Order by name.php. Okay, and let me grab everything that is in here, the full script, copy, and paste it here. Now let's go to output.php, and down here, let's go at the top. At the top, before the first echo, let's type here echo, and now let's type ahref. Let's create a link ahref to the order by name.php, and let's type order by name. Okay, and save this. And what happens is that we will create a link that when we click it, ordered by name, it will run the script here and we'll get the table with the names all by order, okay? So in order to do that, we have to change the code a little bit here, and we need to use a new query called order by, okay? And to do that, let me go here, the query, select all from users. It's very simple. You just need to put here, select all from users, but in order by, and now the field that has the names, which is, I'm going to order it by alphabetically by the last name. So last name. And then we type ASC, which is ascendant order, so it will start with A, B, C, D. Okay, let's save this, and basically that's it. if you go to the browser and we run output.php, we have these records, and if we click order by name, there it is. Okay, everything is ordered by the last name. So this is how you can order anything you want from your records in your MySQL database. And you can create different links for different orders that you want to give or present to the user of your platform. Okay, let's go to output. So order by name. Let's create a paragraph here. Type this with order by name, and we can go to order by name.php, and in here, let me copy this. Let's go here. Let's paste it here, and instead of order by name, order by ID. So we have to change this now to output.php. Okay, go back, refresh, order by ID and order by name. Okay, so this is all for now. And hello everyone, and welcome to a new lecture of PHP and MySQL. Let's continue with our little CRUD system that creates, reads, updates, and deletes records on the database. We already did the insert values, output records from the database, and now I'm going to show you how to update records that already exist on your database. But before we create the script to update password, I'm going to show you how to create a login system. So we as users can log in to our website or web application, and then we can create an extra feature to update our password. So we already have a register form or a sign up form here. So let's create a new file. And let's call this the login.php. And here let's type please h3 please log in. Down here let's create form. Okay, input type equals, and this is text, name equals let's type login email, and type here and now input type equals password, name equals login password. Nice. Okay. And here, other one is B. Input type equals submit, value equals login, and there it is. Let's save this, and I can even type here email, and here password. Let me save this and let me run and see how this is presented. And so login.php. Okay, there it is. Okay, I click login, nothing happens. So let's go back here and let's create the form. Method equals post, and the action is going to be login. We're gonna create the script in the same file that we have this form. Okay, so login PHP, and down here we can give it a max length of 50, max length 50, and save it. Okay, let's go up here and let's start creating the script that is going to check if this is a valid email and a password, and if it's already registered and the combination is correct, you will go inside our website or web application. So the first thing, include the connection .php. After that, we want to create two variables. One is going to be called query equals MySQL I query, and in here we type select all from users where, and this is a new one, where email equals single quotes, and here you type email, okay, or login email. Okay, now let me save this. I forgot that before the query we need to grab all the information that comes from login email and login password. So what we're going to do here is create the login email equals to obviously the post, and here we type login email and save it, and do the same thing for the login password equals to post login password. Okay, now this query basically searches and selects the user throughout the database that has this email, and it's equal to the email that you typed on the login. Okay, now we need to create another variable, which is the num rows. This will return you the number of rows. So if it finds that email, it will return 1, and then we can manipulate that, as you'll see in a minute. So number of rows, it's MySQL I. Oh, and I forgot here to type the DBC, which is the connection, and comma. So MySQL I num number of rows. And here you're gonna type query. Okay. Now you're gonna type an if condition to check if the query found and it returns a row or not. Okay, if it found that email as a user or not. So you're gonna type num rows. If num rows is not equal to 0, which means it's 1, do a while loop. Now we create a new variable, row. We're going to use the MySQL fetch array with and open curly brackets. And now what I want to grab is the email and the password that is related to that email. Okay, so to do that we do this while loop, and now we grab with a new variable that I'm going to call db email equals, and to grab that specific email, if something is returned as 1, to grab that specific email, I'm going to create this variable db email equals to row and here email, okay, which is the field of the email. Here I'm going to grab obviously the db pass, which is going to be the password, right? Okay, and this is how we can grab the related password to that specific email from our database with the while loop. Okay, and now here we create a new if. Now we're going to check if the type email is equal to the email that we returned from the database. Okay, so I'm going to type the login email. If the login email is exactly equal to the database email, and soon after we check the email, we also check with another if, we check the password. So if login password equals exactly to the db pass and here we're going to type echo you are in. So if everything is okay, the login email and the password, you are in. Here we type else echo your password is incorrect, and if the email is incorrect, you also have to create an else statement here saying echo your email is incorrect. Okay, and save it and save this. So let's review the code again. It might be confusing for you because this is a little bit long. So grab values, email and password from login form. Yeah. And here create the query and number of rows returned from the query. create condition to check if there is one row with that email. Grab the email and password from that row returned before, and here create condition to check if email and password are equal to the returned row. Okay, I forgot to put the I here, so it's MySQL I fetch array, sorry. So make sure you correct that. So save this, and now let's see if everything is working. So let's go here and log in. Okay, so undefined login email and login password. So I know what the problem is, and in order to solve this problem, which is basically a notice, and a notice is not important as warning. Basically, it's saying there's already a variable login email and password, or that you were using on your script that doesn't have a value yet, but you already know that because we didn't type any value yet. In order to avoid seeing this notice, okay, you just need to run this one time. Error reporting will be 0. If you want to get it back, you just type 1. We have just a little error here. We need to put a concatenate symbol here, okay, in order for this to work. So make sure you put single quote, double quote, concatenate, login email, concatenate again, and then you put double quote, single quote, and double quote. This is the only way this will work, and this is the only way you can put variables inside a select. So pay attention and make sure you have it exactly like this. And here at the end, we can also put a message saying you are not registered. Please register below, and we'll create a link to the register form. We also need a new if condition up in here. Requests a post method. It means that someone has clicked the submit button. Okay, and only in that condition we will run the code. Otherwise, I'm going to say else, say echo, please log in. And we can take this out of here. And let's go back here. Okay, I think we are done. Okay, we have an error, an expected line on 63. So 63, oh, you missed a semicolon here. Okay. Okay, so there it is. Please log in. So let's try this. And there it is. Welcome, Alex. You are in. Let's change a little bit this. Let's give it a space there. Okay, here. Okay, perfect. Let's save this. Now let's try a wrong password and see if we get in. So refresh. Let's try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Log in. Your password is incorrect. If we don't type anything, you're not registered, please register below. Let me type a different Gmail and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Log in. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not registered, please register below. I can change this to invalid credentials. If you're not registered, please register below. And what we can do here is let's create a link down here where ahref equals to user form.php and register here. And let's save this. Let me run the login again. Okay, register here. If we click, we go to the complete form where we can register. If we go back, we can log in. Let me type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your password is incorrect. Type Batman. Log in. Welcome, Alex. You're in. Okay, guys. So we are done with the login, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. So I'm going to talk a little bit about security and how you can secure a little bit more your connections to your MySQL database so you can avoid some hacking. So the first thing I want to show you is a function that you can use, which is called MySQL real escape string function. This function will make the data safe to use in a query by escaping what would be problematic characters that could be inserted by some script from any hacker or anyone who wants to break into your database connection. So in order to make sure that whatever the user types on the login email or the login password input, we need to use the function MySQL real escape string. Okay, and now parenthesis, and we have two parameters. The first parameter is the connection to the database, which is in this case stored on the DBC variable. Okay, and the second parameter is the post global variable that holds whatever comes from the login email input form. Okay, so whatever the user types on the login email input from the form as malicious code, we will avoid that by using this function. Okay, so this is how you can secure whatever is typed by a user on the input form. Now make sure you use this for all of the data that comes from the form. Okay, so in this case we would have to put it here as well. MySQL real escape string. And here we would type DBC post and close it here and save this. Okay, now there's also even another function that you can use, which is the trim function, and you should use it here. Trim, and again parenthesis, the global post login email. Okay, so you should use the function trim with the MySQL real escape string as well. And basically what it does, it avoids anything that comes unexpected as a white space or something that could be concatenated to this value from the connection between the form and the script that processes those values. We only get exactly what the user types in the form. Okay, so make sure you use this. Anyways, I'm going to show you how to use this in a very practical way in the next. Okay, so this is it for now, and see you guys later. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. So since we are creating a lot of functions of PHP, I would recommend you to go to your htdocs folder, and we can start organizing our code as a new web application. So let me go here and create a new folder, web project 1. Okay. Now I want you to copy and paste the file's connection to web project 1. So paste it here, and also the user form. As well as the login. So these 3 files, copy them. If you don't have these files, you can go to the last lecture and you can download the source code. All of these files are there, okay? And I think, let me see, processing, we don't need that. I think we're done. Okay, great. So this would be our website or our web app, web project 1. So let's go inside. And now I can create here a few other folders. Let's say CSS files. We can later create CSS files. And yeah, that's it for now. Now let me create a new file. I'm going to show you how to update your records on the MySQL database. So usually what the user needs to update is commonly the password. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do. We're going to create a new file. So let me save this as password.php. Okay, before we create the script that basically handles the update of the password of the user, we need to create a form so the user can type the new password. So let's start with h1 here, and let's type change password. Here we can type form and form. Now here we can type action equals password.php, and method is post. Let me type p, close p, and here let me type email, so the user can type their email. And now we type input type equals text name equals type email, size equals 20. This is the size of the input. Max length equals to 50. Okay. And now value equals to, and let's leave that in blank. I'm going to explain you later on what you should put here, but let's leave the value in blank. Value, you already know, it's what are you going to see inside the input by default. So now let's type here another paragraph, and let's type current password. Input type, and here we type password, and name equals pass, size equals 10, max length equals max length, let's put 50 as well. And now let's put a new paragraph with new password, and let's copy all of this and paste it here. It's almost the same. You just have to change the name and put it pass 1. The size is 10, max length the same, and down here let's put a new one. Copy this, saying confirm password, and save this. Confirm new password. Okay. Now let's create a new paragraph for the submit button. So let's type input type equals submit, name equals submit, and value equals change password. Now we can close the form, and basically that's it. Now let me check this on my browser. So let's open the browser, localhost web project 1 and password.php. But before we do that, we need to start the XAMPP control panel and start the Apache and MySQL. Enter, and there it is. Okay, so we have email, current password, new password, and confirm your password. So we click, nothing happens. Okay, great. So let's go back to the code and start creating the PHP script. So the first thing you should do is to handle or to check if someone has clicked the button submit. So to do that, you already know we use an if statement saying if server request method equals post, run the following script. And the first thing we should do is connect to database. So let's grab the file, connect. We can post a comment here saying check if user submitted form. Now connect to database, it's very simple. We use the include as always connect.php. Now down here, let's create a new comment where we're going to say create an array for errors. Okay, so we're going to create an array where we're going to control all the errors, or we're going to store all the different errors that we need to output when there's a problem in the form. Okay, so let's create a variable errors, which is going to be equal to array. Okay, so this is just to initiate a new array. We don't have any values yet stored on the array. We will store them one by one as we create them. So now let's type check for email address, and let's type if empty. Now we type post email, and you already know that post email checks for this one here, name email, and here post email. Okay, this is how we grabbed it. You already know this. So if post email is empty or comes empty, we give an error saying, and at the same time we store it in the array. Okay, so we type errors square brackets equals to, and the error message is you forgot to enter your email. And here we type else. We create now a new variable and equals to MySQL I, and now we use the real escape string, okay, in order to avoid problems, as I explained you in the last video. So this is for security reasons, and I recommend you to always use this. And now here we use the DBC, which is the connection, and then we use the trim function to avoid any white spaces or blank spaces, and the post email. Okay, semicolon. Okay, so we are done for the checking email address, and now let's do the same thing for the current password. So let's type check current. Okay. And basically we can do the pretty much the same that we have here. Let's do it here, and instead of email, need to type password. And here I forgot the single quotes. Don't forget that. And here is password. Let me check. Yes, name, no, it's pass. Okay, so the name is pass. And here we need to put pass. Okay, save this. And let's change, obviously, you forgot to enter your current password. Okay, and oh, almost forgot, we need to change this to, let's type P for password. Okay, now we need to check for a new password and compare it with confirmed password, which is very common. I already created the code, okay, for this section of the script. So it's very simple. So if we create a statement saying if pass1 is not empty, do this code inside it, which is if post pass1 is not equal to post pass2. Okay, so if the password is not equal to the confirmed password, or the new password is not equal to the confirmed password, do the new password does not match, else create a new variable with a MySQL real scrape string with password1. And here we also have a new error message in case that we receive the new password as empty. You forgot to enter your new password. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to use a very easy way to see and check if all errors, or the array that holds the errors, if there's any errors at all on the array. So it's very, very easy. You just type if empty, and now basically we type the variable errors, okay, which holds the array of errors. So basically we're saying if the array errors is empty, do this, and here we can type if there is no errors. And here we type check that the user entered the right email password combination. Okay, so the user must enter their email and then the password, so we can check if they are a real user or not. So in order to check that, let's create a new variable q, which is going to be equal to, and now select ID from users where, and now parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis we type email equals to e, so it would be email equals to this here. Okay, so basically this query says select the ID from users, table users, where the email equals to e, which is the e that we are returning from the form, or the email that we are returning from the form, sorry, and pass equals to p. Okay, and here we close it and semicolon. And now let's create a new variable called R, and this will hold the MySQL I query. And in here we type DBC, which is the connection, and the query itself, which is the queue. Now let's create a new variable called num, and this will hold the MySQL I num rows. And inside this we put the variable R. Okay, these are the parameters that we need. Now let's create a new if condition to check if there's a number of row or there's one num row returned. So if num1, let's do here another little code, and here we can check, we can type get user ID. Now we type new variable row with MySQL I fetch array, and here we type the variable R, and the second parameter is MySQL I num. Okay, because we want this to be a numerical array. If we want an associative array, we need to put this. Okay, but this is a numerical array, and now what we're going to do here is make the update query, and in here we type q equals to update users set, and then pass equals to, and here we type np where id equals to row square brackets 0. Okay, now we need to create a new variable called R with MySQL I query, and here dbc comma q, and create a new if condition where we're going to check if everything was okay. MySQL I affected rows dbc equals exactly to 1, and here if everything was okay, do this okay message confirmation, and here you can type echo thanks, you have updated your password semicolon. And now here we type else, and here we type the error message saying your password could not be changed due to a system error, and semicolon. And just right here, you can type MySQL I, close the connection, DBC. And we type echo the email and password do not match our records. And semicolon, save this. Here we can also type an echo saying error. And down here, we are done with this. Now here is where we're gonna echo out the errors that we got and stored on the array. In order to do that, type error, then the following error occurred. And then line break, and here we type for each errors as message here we type echo message. Okay, let's save this and let's see if everything is working. Okay, so let me start this. Now in order to finish this, we just need to type as values. Okay, we need to type the is set. So we need to know if there's an already set value. So the first thing is PHP, and in here we type if is set parentheses post, and in here type email. Set post here echo post email. Okay, we're done. Save this. Now let me copy this line, copy this, or all of this with the value. Copy this, put it here, and this we can change this post email is post pass. And here pass. And this is pass 1, pass 1, and here is pass 2. We just have a little mistake here. We have to take this out and close it here. If set posting, close it here, exactly, and here, and here, and here, and in here. Okay, awesome. Well, I think we're done. Just change the email to pass 2, password 2. And let's go ahead. Okay, let's run this. So we have an error on line 84, parse error. We have to go to line 84. And here it is. Oh, it should be here. here, here, and in here. Awesome. Save this. Let's get back. Okay, there it is. Email. So if I click change password, we have a warning, connect. This is not connect, sorry. It's connection. So here is connection. Let me check the file, connection, there it is, yes. So connection. Save this. Let's get back here. And there it is. If I click change password, error, the following error occurred. You forgot to enter your email, you forgot to enter your password, and you forgot to enter your new password. So if I type, let me type Victor, this, my current password is, well, 12345, I think. New password, 54321 and 54321. Change password. So the email and password do not match our records. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So I forgot the one. So it's victorcruz@gmail.com 1 and then 12345. Okay. So Victor Cruz Gmail 1. Okay, and then current password is 12345 54321 and 54321. Change password. MySQL inum rows specs parameter 1 to be MySQL result. Okay, guys, I forgot to put here password instead of pass. Okay, so save this, and now let's type Gmail 1, current password, it's 12345. That's it. So let's go back here. 12345 54321. Confirm your password 54321. Change password. Your password cannot be changed due to a system error. Well, let's go back to the code. Okay, so the error is that instead of password, I have pass here. So make sure you have password here. And down here, I also had pass, and you have to put password. Okay, so, and single quotes here as well. And here, okay. So make sure you have password here and here. Save this, because remember, password is the field on the MySQL database that holds the password. Okay, with the line break here. Okay, save this, refresh, and there it is. Error, the following errors occurred. You forgot to enter your email, password. Okay, so Victor 1 12345 54321 and 54321. Change password. Thanks, you have updated your password. And let me check now my users, and there it is, updated. Okay, guys, this is all for now, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to a new lecture of PHP and MySQL. So let's continue with the web project we've been created throughout the last lectures. So let's grab or open a file on our notepad, and you can go to your XAMPP htdocs and go to web project 1. Okay, this is the project we've been created, and if you don't have these files or this folder, you can download it from the last lecture. Okay, so we have connection, login, order by name, output, password, user form. Each one of these files are related to a different feature. So let's start with login, for example. Let's open login. Okay, so if this was a normal web project or web application, you would get, first of all, an index page that we don't have. We should have an index page. So the first thing I'm going to do is create an index page. And in order to create an index page, let me just create a new file, create an HTML login here. So copy the login, put the login here, save this as index.php. Okay. Now I can go to the login here and take the login out. Okay. Whenever you type localhost and then you type the name of the project, web project 1, like this, actually this will go directly to your index.php, which has the login form. But before that, we need to start the Apache and the MySQL server. Okay, great. Let's reload, and there it is. Okay, so we have the login form here. Let's put this with an H1, or sorry, H3. Here, please login to enter web project. Okay. Okay, great. So save this. Let's refresh, and there it is. Please log in to enter web project 1. If we click login, welcome Alex, you are in. Now, the login is where we have the script that processes all the information that comes from the form. But in order to, let's present something a little bit more appealing to the user, right? Because we only have the welcome, the name, and you're in. So instead of that, what we're going to do is let's create a new file. And let's save this as navbar.php, and this will echo out a href equals output .php. Okay, and here see database records. Now let's type here another href equals single quotes, and here let's type the password. Okay, password.php, and close. Change password and save this. And now let's create a new file, which will be delete records from database. Okay, or delete user from database. Now this is going to be ahref equals single quotes delete.php that we still don't have, and we're going to create in this lecture. And I think we are done here. Let me save this. And what we're going to do here is echo out, or sorry, it's include. Save this and include navbar.php. Every time you type the login and you enter and you have welcome Victor, you are in, then we will get this navbar, okay, which is this one here. So we can click the several options that we have, okay? So let's try this and see how this is presented. Go here. So let's go back. Yes. Okay. So login. Okay. Welcome, Alex. You are in. See database records. Okay. Let's put line break here, or even a paragraph. Okay. Great. Let's save this. Let's go back, project. Okay, so login, welcome Alex, you are in. See database records, if we click, this is what we get. If we delete user, we still don't have that function. You have changed password here, if we want to change your password. Now, in order to delete any user from the database, we need to create a new script where you can type the email of the user, and any related values of the database to that email will be deleted. Okay, so basically the user that has that email will be deleted completely from our database. So let's create a new file. And we're going to create a form. That has two fields. Input type equals to text. Name equals get email. And basically that's it. Now the other input is input type equals submit, name equals submit, and here name, sorry, value equals delete this user. Okay. Okay. Now the form, we need method post equals to post, and the action you can type delete.php. Okay. Okay, now let's save this as delete.php. Okay, so let's open. Okay, let's go back, login, delete. Okay, so we need to type the email here. What we can do is type h3, type the email of user you want to delete, or the user to be deleted. Okay, let's go back here, delete users from database, type the email of user to be deleted. Okay, great. Okay, a line break here. And yes. Little space here and line break here. Save this. Let's go back. Let's check. Delete user from database. Okay, we still need. Let's put this as paragraphs. A lot better. Paragraph, paragraph, and paragraph. Okay, great. So let's start creating our script that will delete the user. Okay, first of all, check if the form has been submitted. So if server request method equals post run this code, otherwise type else. You can type here echo please log in. What this will avoid is that users run directly the delete.php in your URL, okay? So you need to send information by the request method post through a form in order to run this script. Or if I type that on the URL, if I type webproject1/delete.php without being logged in, I would get this echo out, please log in, and nothing happens, okay? If I'm logged in, you'll run the script. First of all, let's include the connection to connect to the database, connection.php. And now I should get the value that is sent through this input, which is name get email. So what I'm going to do here is create a variable called get email equals to post, and here I'm gonna use the get email value, and actually here what we can do now is use the function MySQL real escape string. Okay, so MySQL real escape string here and here, and in here you already know, type the database, and then you can use also the trim function to avoid any blank spaces or any strange characters or concatenation that could be included by a malicious script. And save this. And now we type result equals to MySQL query, and in here we type delete from users where email equals, and here we type get email. Okay, now before that we should type here the DBC, which is the connection, and a comma here, and basically I think we are done. Actually here we don't need this variable. Down here we're gonna echo out saying the user has been successfully deleted. Okay, now let's save this and see if all of this works. So let's get back to login. Okay, so get in, delete user from database. Okay, let's type Victor Cruz Bastos gmail.com 1, delete user, and this user or the user has been successfully deleted. Okay, now let's go and check that with localhost and phpMyAdmin and see if I really deleted the user. And there it is. Okay, it was the first one, so I have deleted. Let's try a new user. Let's try to delete the hello@gmail.com. So hello@gmail.com. Type the email of user to be deleted, delete this user, and there it is. Again, successfully deleted. And if I refresh this, there it is. Okay, so this is how you can delete. It's very, very simple. So this is all by now, and see you. Hi everyone, and welcome to a new lecture of PHP. In this lecture, I'm going to teach you how to pass values or send values through the URL. So as you know, to do this, we must use the get method. And all of this to be able to edit or delete any user we have on the table output users that we've created in the last app. So let's open our web project that we've been creating. So XAMPP htdocs web project 1, and if you click output, this will output all the users that you have on the database in the table. So let's run this script. Let's start Apache and MySQL. Let's run Chrome. Okay, so localhost output.php, there it is. So we have this table, and the only thing we can do is to see the name and the email. What I'm going to do is to create 3 new columns. One for date registered, so the date that the user registered. I'm going to create another column for to delete. Okay, so whenever we click in each user delete, it will delete himself from the database. And then I'm going to create another column to edit the values of the user. So basically we're creating a control panel or a table where we control the users, okay, that we have on the database or registered on our website. So in order to do all this, we must pass values through the URL with the get, okay, with the get method. Let's go back to the code. The first thing is we need to go to database, okay, PHP MySQL, and we need to create a new table on the database for the registration date. Okay, so my first database, users, and we need the registration date. So to include an extra column here or field, we must go to click users and then columns and add one column at the end of the table, and after password at the end, click go. Okay, now the name, let's type registration date. The type is date time. Okay, the length you can type 50, default none, and that's it. Save it. Okay, so if we go to columns now, we have registration time or registration date, sorry, to store all the values for the registration date of each user. Okay. Okay, so we have that ready. Let's go back to the script. Let's define a new query here. And this query is going to be called Q equals, and now select last name. Let's type also the first name, comma, and then date, format, and here let's type the registration inside the parentheses, registration, the name of the field that we've just created, registration date, comma, and then we type between single quotes, we type the percentage symbol and then capital M, the percentage symbol and D, comma, and the percentage symbol and Y. And this stands for grab the month, the day, and the year, okay, as the registration date. Now close this. And now we type as dr, comma, and after the comma, user ID, the field ID from users, order by registration date, ASC, and semicolon. Okay, now this is a very, very important query, and basically what we've done here is select the last first name, the date format, and basically this will display all the information that we want on to grab from the database and we want to output on our table. But let's continue and you'll see the output of all of this in a minute. So let's save this. Now here, instead of select all from users, let's change this and we need to put the query, okay, variable. Now after this, we need the number of returned rows. Okay, so let's type num equals, you already know how to do this from the past videos, MySQL I num rows, semicolon, and here we type the variable R, okay, that holds the query here. So now down here, I'm going to type if condition saying if none is bigger than 0, if we have any rows at all, do the following code. So here, if any rows returned display records. Now the first thing I want to display is echo there are num registered users. Okay, and close paragraph and semicolon, and here we can type inform how many users are. Okay, save this. Now down here, let's create the else statement here. And the else statement will say echo there are currently no registered users. Okay. Now we can even grab this and put this in here. Order by name. Okay, save this. So let's take this out of here. The table, we'll create the table later on. Or let's grab all this for now. Let's grab all this, the table, copy, delete it from here, and we can put it inside the if condition. Great. Okay. Let's align this to the right, and that's it. Perfect. Okay, save this. Now let's create the table. So instead of email, we need a few more columns, right? So let's grab this. Okay, let's grab one more. I think they were five columns, I think. So let me type here. Okay, so the first was name. Sorry, let's type. The first is going to be edit. This is going to be delete. This is going to be name, email, and the last column is going to be registered, or let's type here, date registered. Okay, let's save this. And let's open this in Chrome. So let's type localhost and then web project 1 and output.php. Okay, so there are 6 registered users, and then we have a bunch of problems in line 38, but we will solve this. We'll solve this in a minute. Don't worry. And yeah. Okay. So here, let's delete this. We don't need it. We don't need this as well. Okay. Here and here. Okay, save this. Great. Now here we have to change or grab more values. We have created the while loop to create an associative array to grab the values last name, first name, and email. But we need to grab the date registered or registration date. Now here, let's type values, the registration date. Okay, registration date, last name, first name, and email. So in order for the edit button, this is going to be a button and delete is going to be another button or a link. So whenever we click edit for each user, it will edit or send us to a new page so we can edit this user's information as well as with the delete link. So whenever we click delete, what will happen is that we go to a URL, unique URL for that specific user, okay? To do that, we need to pass values through the URL. And what I'm going to do here is show you how to do that. It's very simple. So whenever we click edit for each user, let's create TD line equals left, and now dot row. Sorry, open ahref, we create a link, okay? And we're gonna type edit underscore user dot PHP. And this is the file that we have to create later on. And then question mark ID equals, user ID equals, now we type concatenate row and type ID. Okay, which is the ID of the user, concatenate, and then double quote, single quote, and then close the anchor tag and close the TD tag. Okay, let's save this. Now let's do exactly the same thing for the delete field. But instead of edit user here, let's create delete / user. And here we also missed the edit here, and we've missed here as well. Sorry, the delete here. Okay, so this is how we can send the user to a new URL. Okay, and if you check here and remember the get method, we are passing the row ID of each user. So whenever we click edit, we'll go to the URL edit underscore user.php, and then we are passing the variable user ID with a new value, which is the ID value of each user. Okay, so we're still missing the registration date. Okay, so let's copy this, save this, and here we can type dr, and down here we need to close the table, obviously. So echo and close table. This is my column, and save it. This. Okay, great. Okay, I think we are done. So let's run this. Okay, let's refresh, and we have syntax and expect error in line 39. Okay, let's go back and see where the error is. Oh, I forgot to put the dollar symbol here and here. Okay, save this and let's refresh. Okay, so we have several problems here with the output. I know why, because some of the users that don't have a registration date, because we've created this table after they were registered or inserted on the database. So what we're going to do is go to database, delete all of them, and create new users. So let's delete this, this. Okay, save this. Now if you go back, and there are currently no registered users, so let's go to a project, register, first name Victor. Okay, male between 30 and 60. Cool. And password 1 2 3 4 5. Submit. One row affected, everything worked fine. Check all records. Okay, awesome. But okay, so we are still missing the email and that registered, and then we have also here noticed with email. So let's see what is going on with the email. Okay, so registration date is not working, neither the email, because we didn't type in the query the email here. Okay, so save this and let's refresh. So okay, so we have the edit delete box, Victor, the email, and we still don't have the date registered. So if we go to the database and go to registration date, we see a bunch of zeros, and this is the date and the time in seconds. Okay, but everything is in zero, and I'm going to show you how to change this. Let's just change this for a second and take this out of here, the date format as DR, and let's type plain and simple registration date, which is the name of the field, and save this. And let's go down here, and we also type here the registration date field. Okay, save this. So if we go now to output, refresh, and there it is. Okay, so I still need to put the correct actual time here. Okay, so to do that, let's open the file of the register. So basically, when the user registers his name, email, and password, it will also stamp the date, the current date and hour that he registered. Okay, and to do that, we need to go to the query where it inserts the values of the form. So that's in user form. Here it is. And we have here insert into user, first name, last name, email, gender, age, comments, passwords. And we're gonna use a very special function in PHP, which is called the now function. And basically it stamps the current time and hour. You should put here. So comma and now function, and here we need to put the registration field, registration date. Okay, so let's save this, and see if it works now. So let's try to register a new user. Let's type Alex Cruz email. Mail here, hi. Password 1 2 3 4 5. Submit. One row is affected. Everything worked fine. And if we go to check all records from database, there are two registered users, Victor, and then we have the second user here, which is outside the table. And let's work this out. Let's see what the problem is. I forgot that the table should be outside the while loop here. Okay, so let's take this out, save this, and we will probably have this working perfectly. And there it is. Okay, as you can see, we have the date and the hour and even the seconds, okay, with the now function. Now, some of you may wonder, why did I created that query in the first place where I had date format? Let me type that again. So it was date format, parenthesis, and then now we type, and here inside we type registration date, which is the field, comma, and then between parentheses, between single quotes, we type the percentage and the M for month, the percentage and D, and now comma, and the percentage and Y for year. Okay, after the parentheses, we type as DR. Okay, and what I'm doing here is I'm creating a date format for the registration date that will give me the month, the day, and then the year. And all of this will be stored as DR that I will later use. And basically here I'm creating ID from users and order it by ascendant order, which means newest registered user should be at the top, okay, by default. Now let's save this and see what happens. But down here we need to type DR here, save this. And if we open output.php, there it is, September 9, 2014. Okay, this is basically a format that you can use if you prefer it this way. Okay, and let's create a new user. As you can see, the first one doesn't have a date. So let's delete the first one. PHP my admin. Users. So yeah, let's delete this one here. And now we can go back to web project 1 and register here. Let's register Maria and Cruz, email mcruz@gmail.com, female, whatever, and 1 2 3 4 5, submit. When we're affected, check all the records, and there it is. Okay, the only thing we don't have is the hour, but if you want to output the hour as well, you can go here and type also, use the T for time. Let's go back here, refresh, and there it is. Okay, so now you have month, the day, the year, and the full time hour. Okay guys, so this is all, and see you guys in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. Let's continue with our little web project that we've been developing in the last few videos. So let me explain you what we'll do next. We have created two links in the table of users that are registered, and we have to pass the values or IDs to either edit or delete the user as, let's say we are an administrator, and we can delete or edit any user we have on our database of our website or web project. So let's open or run, make sure you start your XAMPP, and let's run the output.php, which is the script that has the table of registered users. And let's open our localhost /web project 1/ and let's type output.php, and there it is. Okay, so as you can see, we have edit and we have delete, and if we click delete, nothing happens. If we click edit, nothing happens. But you see that we get the ID of the user in the URL. So we get user underscore ID equals to 17. And if we try to do it to the next one, we'll get user ID equals to 18. So we are specifically passing the ID value of each user through the URL with the get method. So we have that ready. So let's make sure we create a delete form in order to delete it permanently, any user we have registered and show on the table. Okay. Now, in order to do that, we will use the already created delete.php script. So the first thing is let's go to output.php again. And in delete user, you're going to type delete.php, and then we pass the value or the variable user ID equals to the value ID of the user. Okay, so you're going to pass that value to the script that we have, delete.php, which is in here. Okay, so let's open this as well. Okay, there it is. Now we have to grab the ID that we are passing in this script in order to delete it, okay? But before we do anything, let's try to run the output.php again and click the delete here. Okay, so you see that we have please log in. This we have to arrange that. Then we have type the email of user to be deleted, and then we would delete that by clicking the button here. But I'm going to change this a little bit so we can so all of this makes sense whenever we click here. I'm gonna create here. Are you sure you want to delete this user? And then create two buttons, yes or no. So makes more sense like that. So let's go to delete.php, and here let's change this to are you sure you want to delete this user? And here let's click save. Let's save this. And here what I'm going to do is create a new input for the first name equals text name equals, and here let's type first name, and then close paragraph. And here, instead of get email, let's type last name, last name. Okay, save this. Okay, perfect. Now, let me just repeat the process that we did before. Okay, so let's refresh this. If I click delete, Okay, so we have, are you sure you want to delete this user? And here we have, it will appear the first and the last name, that in this case would be Alex Cruz. Okay, first name Alex and then Cruz. So let's change a little bit, a few things here. Down here, let's type first name, and here we can type last name. Okay, save this. Let's go back, click delete first name and last name. Are you sure you want to delete this user? And the button should say yes. Yes. Down here we can create another input. Button here, name equals, sorry, let's create, instead of this, let's create href equals output.php, and and in close paragraph, and in here let's type go back. Now let's save this and let's check it out. Okay, there it is. I show the list this user, yes, or go back. Now we have to pass several values here that we don't have yet. The first name and the last name of the user. In order to pass those values, we need to go here and pass. We are passing the user ID. And now to pass more than one value, let's type a % and pass f name equals to now we need to grab as we did for the ID, so we create the row and grab first name, which is the field. This is the name of the field, first name. Okay, on the database. So make sure you go to the database, make sure your field has first name. And after this, we need to create a last name. So another % and L name. Okay, this is a variable I'm creating now, equals to the value row and last name. Okay, so I can even check first name, last name. Yes. Okay, great. So now we are passing through get the user ID, the f name value, and the last name. So let's see if this is working. We can go straight to output.php and run this. Okay, so let's go back here, refresh. So, okay, sorry. So I forgot to put the concatenation here. Okay, great. So let's save this. Let's go back, refresh. There it is. If I click delete, we are passing the values Alex as f name and as L name the Cruz. Great, working perfectly. So now we have to make sure that you put Alex in here as default and Cruz in here. So to do that, let's go to delete.php in the form, and here we type value equals. And here as well, value equals. And here we're going to type get, and obviously you're going to type f name, okay, which is the value that we have here, f name, okay, and then l name. So let's go back in here, let's type get and l name. Okay, but this will not work like this as it is, okay, because we need to put or to say to the HTML this is a PHP script or PHP code. So we need to put a PHP here, and after that we close PHP, okay, and a semicolon here. So do the same here. PHP. Okay, great. Oh, of course, I forgot to echo. I have to echo the get. Okay, let's go back. And if I click now delete, there it is. Boom. Perfect. Working perfectly. Now we want to make sure that it happens for all of the others as well. There it is. Awesome. Working perfectly. Very, very easy to implement. Very simple. And now we want to make sure we can delete Alex Cruz or any of other registered users. So let's go back to the delete script. So as soon as we click delete, this will run the connection. And let's change this a little bit to ID user. So this would be post user ID. Great. So this is not post, it's get, and here is user ID. Okay. And down here we have to type the ID user variable. Okay, so ID user. Oh, sorry, I've missed out here. Email. It's not email, it's ID. Let's create at the top the input, the ID, and then we can type all of this in here. And here let's type the name of this is user ID, value is user ID. Okay, so let me just go back in here, project, refresh. If I click delete, okay, we have user ID 18, Maria Cruz. Are you sure you want to delete? We are missing, we've missed here E, delete, save this. And now what we're going to do, since we are using post, is type here post to get the user ID, okay, which is this one here. Awesome. So let's save this. And I think we are done. Let us try this again. Let's click here. Let's click yes, and this user has been successfully deleted. We turn back and boom. Okay, we only have now Alex Cruz and everything worked perfectly. Okay guys, so this is how you can create very fast and simple to delete users, any user you want on your table, on your database. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome to another lecture of PHP and MySQL. In this lecture we will continue and try to do pretty much the same thing we did in the last lecture, but for the edit values. Okay, so for each user or registered user we have on our database, we'll be able to delete. This is already working, and we'll be able to edit his name or email, and I'm going to show you how to do that. Okay, so let's go to output.php, and here we are. And if you go to this line 38, we are passing values through get. Okay, so we are passing the ID, the first name, last name. Okay, so I'm going to do pretty much the same thing for the edit line here. Okay, so what we can do, it's pretty much save this until here, copy and paste it here. So we will pass the first name, so we can change it. You can pass the ID as well if you want. You can pass the last name, and we will pass also the email, so we can change the email. So since we are getting all the we have the registration date, the last name, first name, email. Since we are getting all of these through the query in here, okay, select last name, first name, email, and then the registration date as well. We can, using the while loop, we can get them all, and then we can pass these values to whatever script we want. Okay, so we're gonna do this for the edit, first name, last name, and then we still missed the email. So let's do the email. So we need to create variable email, and we need the % here, equals to, and here we type row and then email and single quotes here. Instead of email here, let's type L email. Okay, and we are done. Okay, so let me just check one more time if everything is okay. And yes, I think we are done pretty much. So let's save this. And we need to create now a new script file, new PHP file. It's going to be called edit_user.php. Okay. So the first thing you're going to do in edit_user.php is create a new form. Okay, I already created mine, so you can copy this. It's you can title it as edit user, form action, edit user.php, method post, and then you have user ID, first name, last name, and email. Okay, now these are the values that we'll be able to edit. Not the user ID. So input type here, instead of text, we're going to type hidden. Okay, so let's save this, And then you have user ID as the name of the input. And you need to put, this is very important, echo get user ID. So these are the values that we are going to pass through the URL from the output.php, from this line here, okay? So make sure you have get user ID, get fname, get lname, and get email. Okay, and then you have to give new names, user ID here, first name here, last name, XAMPP, and that's it. Okay, and you can also create at the bottom a link to the output.php so we can see the records whenever we want. So now whenever we click submit, we'll create the changes for email, last name, and first name for the user. So we need to create now the PHP script that will do all the changes on our database. And to start, let's start with if, so we can make sure that there's a post method running. So if request method equals to post, do the following. Now let's include the connection to the database, which is called connection.php. And after that, we need to create new variables for these inputs here, here, and here. So whenever we type the changes, we can grab those. So let's type email, and this is equal to the post, and the first one is first name. Okay, so we also need the user ID, so let's use their user ID here. User ID, and we need to change this to, let's call this ID now, semicolon, and now new one, let's call this email equal to post, then this is the, let me check here, XAMPP, so XAMPP. And now the first name, so here we can type ff name equals to post, and here let's type first name, and finally ll name, just the last name. It's going to be post last name, so last name. Okay, and we are done. So the next thing is, the next step is to create the query. So q equals to, and let's do the update users and set first name. This would be the field name that we have on the database. Okay, so this is equal to single quotes, and now we type the variable ff name. Okay, so ff name, comma, and we want to set also the last name, so last name equals to ll name, forgot the dollar symbol there, And now we can do the email. So email equals to variable email. And now, in order to change this to the correct user or the ID user, we type where ID is equal to, and now we use the ID now variable. Okay, ID now. Okay, so now semicolon. Now, whenever we get the ID 17, for example, which belongs to Victor or whatever user, all their values will be set with the values that we type, the new values that we type in the form. Okay. So now we type R equals to MySQL I query. Now we type dbc out q, and in here we're going to type an if condition saying, so we can know that something has changed in the database, MySQL I affected rows. Okay, and to do this we need parentheses, and if there's a affected row equal to 1, means that we have changed a new user. And in here we can type echo the user info has been changed successfully. Okay, and let's save this. Down here we are done. We can type an else here saying echo out error something went wrong. Okay, and save this, and I think we are done. So let's try and see if everything is working fine. Okay, so we are here. Just type here this. So we have B John. So let's edit this. We have user ID. Let's take this out of here. Let's go back here. We don't need this in here. Let's save it. Let's go back. Okay, so let's refresh, click edit. So we have first name John. So let's type here Victor and Victor B. So save changes. The user info has been changed successfully. See records, and there it is. Okay, I want to change now the Cruz L. So edit L Alex Cruz, and here I can type Alex, save changes, see records, and there it is. Okay, boom. So everything is working perfectly. This is how we can change all the either the first name, last name, or the email of the user. And if you have other information that you want to store or change on your database from each user, you now know how to do it, okay, or how to edit it. You just put one more field, and then you have to pass the values from the output through get, okay, so you can change them. So that's it. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to a new lecture of PHP and MySQL. Let's improve a little bit the code that we have on our project and organize a little bit the pages as well. So if we start at localhost /webproject1, we will, as by default, we will go to the index .php. So it's pretty much the same thing, right? So let me open index.php here. Okay, here we are. So as soon as we click login, we will be sent to login.php. So let's open that as well. Let's copy this line of code because we're going to post it in the login.php script. If we get an error message, so echo your password is incorrect, your email is incorrect, invalid credentials. If you're not registered, please register it. Please register here. And here is going to be the link userform.php. Okay. So let me close this in here. Okay, cool. We can save this. We can even put this in capital letters so the user can see it well. Now, in case that you have your email incorrect, we need to go back to index.php. So we can do here is go back to login form. And this is going to be also a link, single quotes. And this is going to be index.php. Okay. Okay. So go back to login form. Now we can copy this as well and put it here. And save this. So, and this shouldn't be here because if server requested, okay, please log in and please log in. And let's do please log in here. Okay, so let's save this. Let's save it and let's go back and let's take this out. So if we don't have anything and we try to log in, invalid credentials, if you're not registered, please register here. Okay, so this will be the registration userform.php and check all current records from database. Let's take that out. So I only want the people who sign in or register it and do the login to see the current records from database. So let's take that out from there. Userform.php. So let's open userform.php and let's take this out of here. What we can do in here is go back to login form and save this. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's refresh, go back to login form. There it is, register here. Okay, so the navigation now makes more sense. If we get a wrong or we don't put anything at all and do login, invalid credentials, if not registered, please register. Sorry, if you're not registered, please register here. So let's create a new user, Johnny. Good. So jgood@e.com. It's a male, 30, and comments, whatever you want to put in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Submit, and we get one row is affected. Everything worked fine. So let's change this to you have registered successfully. And here we can type it. This could be H3. and here H3 as well. And you have registered successfully. Please log in here. And here is going to be ahref equals index.php. And this, let's close the anchor tag. Okay, so I think we are done. Let's go back. So let's go to the login form and let's register. So Alexander, and last name is, let's type Smith, email Alexander Smith, gmail.com. He's a male, 30. Okay, password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Submit. You have registered successfully. Please log in here. We click, and now let's type Alexander Smith, right? gmail.com. Password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and login. And we are in. Save password. Okay, welcome Alexander. You are in. So now we can see the database records. We also can delete user from database. This, we don't need this because we already can delete the user right here. Okay, so let's go to login.php, and we have the navbar included, but let's go to navbar then and take this out of here. Okay, so we don't need this. So what we can do is change my password and see database records. So let's save this. And there it is. Okay, so now we have to see database records. Okay, and then I go to output and change password. And I can go back as well. So let's go to output.php. Here it is. And up in here, let's give it a title, page title. And here we can echo H3 and close H3. This is database records. And close this. So let's save it. Let's save this. Okay, we can even take this. Let's put this in the top of the page. Okay, let's take this out of here. Save this. Let's go back. Let's go back. So see database records. We don't need this for now. Let's take this ordered by name. We'll not need this because we'll be able to create later on the course a search box so you can search any name in the database. So let me just take this out of here. Where is it? Database records and ordered by name. Let's take this out of here. Okay, save this. Let's go back. Okay, so let's go back here. Database records are for registered users. Okay, great. And everything is working perfectly. And okay, so this login here, let's take this out as well. This is in the delete PHP. Okay, so let's take this out of here and save it. Okay, so let's go back here and refresh. Let's go back, delete, delete. Everything is working perfectly. And add it here. Let's type echo and go back to control panel. Save. And this should be the ahref equals, and this, the control panel is login.php. Okay. So now we go to the login.php, and what I'm going to do is redirect the user to another page as soon as he logs in. Okay, and you see that I already created here. You'll be redirected to the control panel in 5 seconds. So I'm going to show you a function called header in PHP, which basically redirect to another page, and you can control the seconds that you want the user to wait until it's being redirected. We type refresh colon, then 3, which is 3 seconds, and then we type semicolon and URL equals to output.php. Okay, and oh, I forgot. Should be here, and this should be the single quote here, and save this. Okay, and take this out of here. Okay, save this. So let's try and see if this works. Let's go back to web project and try to log in. Your password is incorrect. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, login. Welcome, Alexander. You'll be redirected to the control panel in 3 seconds. And there it is. So instead of this, let's type control panel there and output.php. So here, control panel. Great. Let's go back and here, refresh. Control panel, see database records, change your password. Okay, and change password. Okay, let's go back. And I think this is a lot easier for the user. So basically, type login, password is incorrect, go back to login form. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, login. Welcome, Alexander. You'll be redirected to the control panel in 3 seconds. And there it is. Instead of 3 seconds, let's put maybe 5. So it's going to be a little bit 5 seconds. You'll be redirected to the control panel in 5 seconds. Okay, great. Let's go back one more time. So let's go out of here. Okay, and yes, log in. Welcome, Alexander. You'll be redirected to control panel in 5 seconds. And there it is. Okay, awesome. So now you know how to redirect also users from one page to another after they do some action. Okay, we will still learn how to use sessions in the future so we can log in and log out our web app. And that's it for now. See you guys later. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to another PHP lecture. In this lecture I'll cover how to create pagination. And basically pagination is whenever you go to Google, this is a good example, and you type something like, let's say, web developer, and you reach the bottom, you have these different pages that you can click so you can skip the number of searches that it made. Okay, so this is called paginating records. Okay, so we can either click any of these numbers or any of these pages, or we click next and we go to the next page. So I want to create this for our database. So I'm gonna make for each page to show a limit of maybe 8 records or 8 registered users. Okay, and when we click the second page, we will go to the next to the next 8 users. Okay, and so forth. Well, first of all, I need to create several different users. So let me go here. Okay, so I have created a few records or users. Instead of 8, I'm going to put 3 for each page. Okay, so this would be page 1, and then this would be page 2, and this page 3. Okay, now in order to do that, we need to go to the output.php, which is the page and the script that outputs all the records. Okay, now we're gonna make use of the limit SQL command or clause to limit how many records are returned from the database per page we want to show. Now, to make this work, 2 values must be passed from page to page in the URL. One of the values is the total number of pages to be displayed, and the second value is an indicator of which records of the page should display in each case. So let's get to work and start creating our script. So we need to change some things on the output.php. The first thing, we need to create a variable here, which is going to be called display, and this is the number of records to be displayed per page. Now let's create display equals 3, okay, and semicolon. Save this. Okay, now the next thing is you need to determine how many pages are there in total, okay, depending on the number of records you have on the database. Okay, so save this, and to do this we need to create an if condition and use the isSet and the get. Let's use P here, and if check if is numeric, and here we type again the get P now between curly brackets we need to type pages equals to get P semicolon else and here we type needs to be determined. And here must type already being determined. Okay, let me explain you what this if condition does. So the first time this script runs, okay, we need to determine how many total pages of results will be required to show all the users. Okay, the first time this number has to be calculated. For every subsequent call to this page, total number of pages will be passed to the script in the URL, making it available in the variable get p, okay, this one here. If this variable is set and numeric, which is what we are determining here, its value will be assigned to the pages variable, okay? If not, then the number of pages will need to be calculated. I just forgot to put here the underscore that we need to put it here. Let's save this. Okay, so now let's determine or create the script for the case that we need to determine how many pages there are. And the first thing we need to know is to count the number of records. So let's count the number of records. Now to do this, let's create q equals to, and then we type select count, and then we use ID from users and semicolon. Now we create the MySQL I query semicolon and dbc q, and now row equals to MySQL I fetch array R and MySQL I num and semicolon. Now we create new variable records equals to row 0. Okay, save this. So basically we are using or counting the number of records so we can find the number of users that we need to paginate. This query will return a single row with a single column, the number of records. Okay, now we need to calculate the number of pages. So we create an if condition if records is bigger than display, do the following, which this case would be if it's more than one page. Okay, so if it's more than one page, we're gonna calculate how many pages are required. So the number of pages required to display all of the records is based upon the total number of records to be shown and the number to display per page. Okay, if there are more records in the results set than there are records to be displayed per page, multiple pages will be required. So to calculate exactly how many pages, we're gonna use the ceil function that returns the next higher integer. Okay, I'm gonna show you right now how to do this. So pages, we create pages equals ceil and now records, and we divide it by the display value or variable, semicolon. Else pages will be equal to 1. Okay, so with this little script or if condition, we calculate how many pages are there depending on the results we get from the database. Okay, now the next thing to do is to determine where in the database to start returning results. And here we need to create a new if condition, and we will need the isSet again. If isSet get s and is numeric create a variable called start semicolon here, then we type else equals to 0. Okay, save this. So in this case, the first time this page is accessed, the get s variable will not be set, and so start should be 0. Which is the first record in the limit clause. Now, after that, subsequent pages will receive the getS variable from the URL and will be assigned to start. Okay, so now we just need a little to create a few little changes here on the select query. At the end, we're gonna type ask. And then we're going to use the limit, and we're going to limit it with the variable start, comma, display. Okay, this will show where to start, and this will show how many users we display. Okay, I'll save this. Now down here, we need to create the numbers and the button saying next and previous. Now down here at the bottom, we make the links to other pages. So if pages are bigger than 1, let's type echo, let's create a br and p and semicolon. Now type determine what page the script is. We type current page equals to start dividing by display plus 1 semicolon. Now, if not the first page, create previous link. So we create if current page is not equal to 1, echo, and now we create href equals to output output dot php and question mark s equals to, here we type the total, the start minus display dot and p equals to, again here, in here, pages dot, and here we type previous a and semicolon. Okay, hopefully this will work. Let's check. Save this. Finally, we only need to make all the numbered pages. So to do this, let's create a for. We need a loop. So for I equals 1 semicolon, I is bigger, is less or equal to pages, and I plus plus. Okay. Now condition if I is not equal to current page, echo href equals to output.php s equals to dot display and this we need to calculate display by, in here make I minus 1 dot and p equals pages dot for this concatenator I, and here we type a semicolon, else echo I, and we don't type nothing. Okay, now we just need finally to test here if it's not the last page, make a next button. So if do pretty much the same thing that we did here, copy. Okay, so if current page is not equal 2 pages. Yes. Start plus display. And the P will be pages, and this will be next. Okay. First of all, I have an error here, so I forgot to close the parenthesis here in line 44, and this is, we have to delete one of these parentheses here, so save this. And down here on 116, we delete this one as well, okay? Save the file. And if we run the output, there it is, okay? 1, 2, 3. And we can click next and previous, but we have a few problems here. Let me put this a little bit more presentable. So here, let's give it a space in here, in previous, here. Let's give it a space in here as well. So let's refresh this. Okay, now we need a space between the number of pages as well. So in here, let's give it a space here and here as well. Okay, save this. Let's get back and refresh. Okay, a little better. Previous. We can also center this. I go center semicolon. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, nice. We still have this problem of the underline decoration. We can use CSS to take that out. We're gonna type style equals to, and here we're gonna type text decoration none. Save this. And there it is. Okay, so perfect. Okay, so this is all for now, and this is how you can create pagination. If you want to change the number of records or users you want to show on the list, you just have to go here, and instead of 3, you can change it to 4. Okay, let's get back. See if it works, and there it is. Okay, perfect. So that's it, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye.